Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Brahmacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachadishatari Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, my obeisances to all the assembled Vaishnavas. Thank you so much for coming. Jai Madhava Prabhu, Rupa Vilas Prabhu, my second temple president after Uttama Shloka, and Mata Gandhari. You're coming all the way from India, Gandhari? I can't hear. She's just
connecting to audio, it says.
Right. I'm going to open my window because I've got a lilac bush outside and I want to let it see Roma fill my room. And I saw Rupanuga pop up for a second. Oh, I think he's here. Good.
Yeah, we're just seeing the dome.
The dome of his head. Hare Krishna, Rupanuga Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. I was wondering if Rupa Vilas was seeing the dome of the Temple of Vedic Planetarium or the dome of your head. Okay, so yeah, we read the introduction and the invocation of the Upanishad last session, and so now we're on verse number 1. And what I did is I went through about 12 Isopanishad classes of Prabhupada, and I found one class in which he recites all 15 verses. Well, not all, because there's 18 verses, but he chants 15 of them. So I just thought it would be great because I noticed in the Los Angeles temple, before Prabhupada would study a verse of the Isopanishad, he would recite a whole bunch of the verses before, and then he would I almost get the feeling that he was translating them because he was only translating them up to verse number 12. But I managed to actually find one class where he chants all 15. He chants 15 of the 18 verses. So I thought we could go through that, and then maybe as after we hear Prabhupada chant the verse, then we could each take a turn reciting them. So let's see. We could start with Jai Madhava, Rupa Vilas, Rupanuga, and Gandhari if she's able to speak. If not, and then I can read a verse after that. So I'll just call up the page here. Share screen. Here. And this site was produced by our godbrother Pragosh Prabhu, the French-Canadian Pragosh, who lives in Montreal. And in conjunction with the Bhaktivedanta Archives, he has placed all of Srila Prabhupada's recordings at this site, prabhupadvani.org. That's where I'm getting this from. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. So I think we just have to listen or just whisper silently the verse as Prabhupada's chanting it, because if we all speak loudly, then it's going to ricochet and it's going to be out of
Yeah. Understood.
yeah. But each of us can read one English verse after that. Hey, Sevananda Prabhu is here all the way from Taiwan. Hare Krishna Prabhu. Thank you so much.
Krishna. Close to Prabhupada.
Jai
Jai Madhava was kind of dark.
Madhava what?
It was a little dark.
Jai Madhava, you're a little dark. You're looking like you're getting a lot of sun up there in Siberia.
Yeah, I go out in the daytime and get some exercise. I don't want to just stay still.
No, but I'm just saying your image comes out. It always comes out quite dark because you don't have any light on yourself.
I have light on myself now. Don't you see it?
Rupanuga.
It's okay, but the light is behind you. It's coming from above and behind you. That's why your face is dark. That's all.
I'm sorry. That's the best I can do.
We don't mind.
Yeah, that's all.
You look like you're from the deep south or Mexico or something like that. Okay, here we go. So Prabhupada starting.
Hare Krishna. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnam Purnam Mudachyati
So who would like to read the Jai Madhava? Would you like to read the first one? And then
Okay, what, the English?
yeah.
The person of Godhead is perfect and complete because he is completely perfect, and all emanations from him such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as complete wholes. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete in itself, because he is a complete all, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance.
Thank you.
Abhasam idam sarvam yat kinchat jagatyam jagat tina satina vandita ma buddha tasasi dhanam.
Rupa Vilas Prabhu.
Everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore set aside as his quota, and one should not accept other things, knowing well to whom they belong.
Rupa Vilas Prabhu. Rupanuga Prabhu.
One may aspire to live for hundreds of years if he continuously goes on doing work in that way, because that sort of work will not bind him to the law of karma. And there is no alternative to this way for man.
Namati loka andhena tamasa brita tanti vritta vigachanti eki atma anujana aniradikam.
Sorry, Sevananda Prabhu.
The killer of the soul, whoever he may be, must enter into the planets known as the worlds of the faithless, full of darkness and ignorance. Pictures are covering my text.
Just have to close that. But if you go to
Did I miss anything? Worlds of the faithless? Full of darkness and ignorance?
Yes.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Aniradikam manasujaviyo nainadeva apnavantu gamarasa tatyavata anna tattiti tishtam tasmin la bhuma sarusadalat.
Although fixed in his abode, the personality of Godhead is swifter than the mind and can overcome all others running. The powerful demigods cannot approach him. Although in one place he controls those who supply the air and rain, he surpasses all in excellence.
Tadejati tannayati tadduhe tadantike tad antarasa sarvasya tadu sarvashasambhayataha.
Jai Madhava Prabhu.
The Supreme Lord walks and does not walk. He is far away, but is very near as well. He was within everything, yet he is outside of everything.
Sarvani bhutani atmanni vanupastati sarva bhutesu satmanam tato na vijugupsate.
Rupa Vilas.
He who systematically sees
Your voice is
everything in relation to the Supreme Lord, who sees all living entities as his parts and parcels, and who sees the Supreme Lord within everything, never hates anything or any being.
Then Rupanuga is next.
Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmamaiva buddhijanata tatra moha kashoka ekattam anupashyata.
One who always sees all living entities as spiritual sparks, in quality one with the Lord, becomes a true knower of things. What is there as illusion or anxiety for him?
Sevananda, you're next after this.
Sapajagat sukram apayam abrana masnavidam sukram apapa vidyam kavi manisi paribhu sayambhur Jathat taturtarthan vadadhacha sati vasamabhyam.
Such a person must factually know the greatest of all, the person of Godhead, who is unembodied, omniscient, beyond reproach, without veins, pure and uncontaminated, the self-sufficient philosopher who has been fulfilling everyone's desire since time immemorial.
Actually, it was Savananda's turn, but that's
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry. Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay, never mind.
Antama pravishanti jivita tato bhuya hivati tama jau vidyayam rataha.
Those who engage in the culture of nescient activities shall enter into the darkest region of ignorance. Worse still are those engaged in the culture of so-called knowledge.
Anratahuravidya iti susma dhirana dhina satya chakshiri.
The wise have explained that one result is derived from the culture of knowledge, and that a different result is obtained from the culture of nescience.
Avidyamritam tirtha vidyamritamasmriti.
Rupa Vilas.
Only one who can learn the process of nescience and that of transcendental knowledge side by side can transcend the influence of repeated birth and death and enjoy the full blessings of immortality.
Andham tama pravishanti jisambhatim upasate tato bhuya ivati tamo jau sambhaktyam rataha.
Rupanuga Prabhu.
Those who are engaged in the worship of demigods enter into the darkest region of ignorance, and still more so to the worshippers of the Absolute.
Annadevahu sammavan annadahu sammavan iti susma dhiranam jinasat vichakshiri.
Savananda.
It is said that one result is obtained by worshiping the supreme cause of all causes, and that another result is obtained by worshiping what is not supreme. All this is heard from the undisturbed authorities who clearly explained it.
Sammating cha vinasam cha jasad virupayam saha vinashena mritam chita sammatyam mritamasmriti.
One should know perfectly the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, and his transcendental name, form, qualities, and pastimes, as well as the temporary material creation with its temporary demigods, men, and animals. When one knows these, he surpasses death and the ephemeral cosmic manifestation with it. And in the eternal kingdom of God, he enjoys his eternal life of bliss and knowledge. And you'll read the last one, Jai Madhava Prabhu.
Hiranyena patrena sattasyapi hitam mukham tattam pushyanna pabremu tatta dharamaya drishaye.
O my Lord, sustainer of all that lives, your real face is covered by your dazzling effulgence. Kindly remove that covering and exhibit yourself to your pure devotee.
Thank you. So here is the edition that someone sent me. It says it's the, I don't know if this is agreeable to everyone. This is 1969 edition,
Sure.
but it was printed, fifth printing is 1972.
Wow.
So anyway, I'll just bring it up to the page here. This is okay. There's the invocation. We did that last week, and here's verse 1. So these are probably quite short. These from what I remember, each mantra is fairly short in purport. So maybe we can each read one paragraph. Would you like to start, Jai Madhava Prabhu?
Where,
What do
where
you
are we?
I'm
Mantra
sorry.
one.
Okay, excuse me if my pronunciation is off, or I miss. I'm not very good at this. I'm out of practice. Isha Vasha Midam Sarvam Yat Kincha Jagat Jagat Yam Jagat Tanya Yaktena Bujate Mam Grata Kesya Sagitanam. Do you want me to read the transliteration?
Yeah, I'll probably put so much time into it. Why not?
Isha by the Lord, Vasyam controlled, Idam the Sarvam, all Yat, whatever, Kim, it is, Cha and Jagat Yam, within the universe, Jagat, all that is, animate or inanimate, Tena, by him, Tayak Tena, set apart, Krota, Bajunjita, must you accept, Ma, do not, Grada, make into use, Kasya, Savid, whom it does belong, Dananam, things necessary. Okay.
Yeah.
Translate.
Read
Okay.
your translation, then Rupa Vilas can read next after you.
Okay. Translation.
Who will read, you or Rupa Vilas?
Do you want me to read? I can read the translation.
Okay.
Translation.
Everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore accept only those things necessary for himself which are set aside as his quota, and one must not accept other things, knowing well to whom they belong.
Just a suggestion, Rupa Vilas Prabhu. I don't know how I sound to all of you, but you sound like you're shouting. Your volume is really up on.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't
It
know.
sounds normal, fine to me.
Really? Okay, it's distorting for me.
Yeah. It does sound distorted. Yeah.
Okay, let me try the purport from a distance.
Okay.
The Vedic knowledge is infallible because it comes down through the perfect disciplic succession of spiritual masters, beginning with the Lord himself. The Vedic knowledge is received from the transcendental sources, and the first word was spoken by the Lord himself. The words spoken by the Lord are called apurusheya, not delivered by any person of the mundane world. A living being of the mundane world has 4 defects, which are 1, that he must commit mistakes. 2, he must sometimes be illusioned. 3, he must try to cheat others. And 4, he is endowed with imperfect senses. With these 4 principles of imperfection, one cannot deliver perfect information in the matter of all-pervading knowledge. The Vedas are not known like that. The Vedic knowledge was originally imparted into the heart of Brahma, the first created living being, and Brahma, in his turn, disseminated the knowledge to his sons and disciples, who have continued the process down through history.
Rupanuga Prabhu.
The Lord being Purnam, or all perfect, there is no chance of his being subjected to the laws of material nature, while the living entities and inanimate objects are all controlled by the laws of nature, and thus ultimately by the potency of the Lord. This Isopanishad is part of the Jajur Veda, and as such, it contains information as to the proprietorship of all things that exist within the universe.
Sevananda Prabhu.
I didn't see where he left off. Okay, this point is confirmed in the 7th chapter where para and apara prakriti are discussed. The elements of nature, earth, fire, water, air, sky, mind, intelligence, and ego, all belong to the inferior or material energy of the Lord, whereas the living being, the organic energy, is the superior energy, the para prakriti of the Lord. Both prakritis or energies are emanations from the Lord, and ultimately he is the controller of everything that exists. There is nothing in the universe which does not belong either to para or apara prakriti, and therefore everything is under the proprietary rights of the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being, the absolute personality of Godhead, being the complete person, has the complete and perfect intelligence to adjust everything by his different potencies. The Supreme Being is often compared with fire, and everything organic and inorganic is compared with the heat and light of the fire. The fire distributes energy in the form of heat and light, and likewise the Lord displays his energy in different ways. And he remains the ultimate controller, sustainer, and dictator over everything. He is full of all potencies, the knower of everything, the benefactor of everyone, and is full of all inconceivable opulences, power, wealth, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation.
One should therefore be intelligent enough to know that except for the Lord, no one is the proprietor of anything. One should accept only the things which are set aside by the Lord as his quota. The cow, for example, gives milk, but she does not drink the milk. Her milk is designated as food for the human being. The cow eats grass and straw, but does not drink her own milk. Such is the arrangement of the Lord, and we should be satisfied with the things that have been very kindly set aside for us by him. We should always consider to whom the things that we possess actually belong. Jai Madhava.
Okay, hold on for a second. Take, for example, our dwelling house, which is made of earth, wood, stone, iron, cement, and so many other material things. If we think in terms of Isopanishad, then we must know that we cannot produce any of these above-mentioned building materials ourselves. If we can simply bring them together and transform them into different shapes by our labor, a laborer cannot claim to be the proprietor of a thing just because he has worked hard to manufacture it. There is always this great quarrel between the laborers.
Oh, that was actually Rupa Vilas.
Okay.
Okay.
That's this paragraph.
There is always the great quarrel between the laborers and the capitalists in present-day society. The quarrel has now taken an international shape, and the world is in danger. Men face each other in enmity, just like cats and dogs snarling. Sri Isopanishad cannot give advice to the cats and dogs, but it delivers the message of Godhead to men through the bona fide acharyas or holy teachers. And the human race may take this Vedic wisdom from Sri Isopanishad that no one should quarrel over material possessions. One must be satisfied by whatever privileges are given to him by the mercy of the Lord. There can be no peace if the communist or the capitalist or any other party claims to be the proprietor of the resources of nature, which are entirely the property of the Lord.
Rupanuga Prabhu.
The capitalists cannot curb down the communists simply by political maneuvering, nor can the communists defeat the capitalists simply by fighting for the stolen bread. If they do not recognize the proprietorship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then all the property which they claim to be their own is stolen, and therefore they shall be liable to punishment of the laws of nature. The bomb is in the hands of both the communists and the capitalists, and if both do not recognize the proprietorship of the Supreme Lord, it is sure and certain that ultimately the bomb will ruin both parties. Therefore, in order to save themselves, both must follow the instruction of Sri Isopanishad and thus bring peace to the world.
Seven Prabhu.
The human beings are not meant for quarreling like cats and dogs. They must be intelligent enough to realize the importance of human life and to realize the aim of human life. The Vedic literature is meant for humanity and not for cats and dogs. Cats and dogs can kill other animals for food, and for that there is no question of sin on their part. But if a man kills an animal for the satisfaction of his uncontrolled taste buds, he is responsible for breaking the laws of nature, and therefore he must be punished.
There is a standard of life for human beings which cannot apply to the animals. The tiger does not eat rice, wheat, or cow's milk because it has been given its quota of foodstuff in the shape of animal food. There are many animals and birds who are either vegetarian or non-vegetarian, but none of them transgress the laws of nature, as they have been ordained by the will of the Lord. Amongst the living beings, whether animals or birds or reptiles, there is strict adherence to the laws of nature, and therefore there is no question of sin for them, nor are the Vedic instructions meant for them. Human life alone, then, is a life of responsibility. Jai Madhava Prabhu.
It is also wrong to consider that by simply becoming a vegetarian, one can save himself from transgressing the laws of nature. Vegetables also have life. One life is meant to feed another living being, and that is the law of nature. One should not be proud of being a strict vegetarian. The point is to recognize the Supreme Lord. The animals have no developed consciousness to recognize the Lord, but a human being is sufficiently intelligent to take lessons from the Vedic literature and thereby know how the laws of nature are working and derive profit out of such knowledge. If a man neglects the instruction of the Vedic literature, his life is very risky. The human being is therefore required to recognize the authority of the Supreme Lord. He must be a devotee of the Lord. He must offer everything for the service of the Lord and partake of only the remnants of foodstuff offered to the Lord. That will make him able to discharge his duty properly. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord directly states that he accepts vegetable foodstuffs from the hands of a pure devotee. Therefore, a human being should not only become a strict vegetarian, but he should also be a devotee to the Lord and offer to the Lord all the food, and only then partake of the prasadam or mercy of God.
Rupa Vilas Prabhu.
Such a devotee can properly discharge the duty of human life. Those who do not do so are eating only sins, and thus will be subjected to the different types of distress which are the result of the various sins.
Rupanuga Prabhu.
The root of sin is deliberate disobedience to the laws of nature through not recognizing the proprietorship of the Lord. Disobedience to the laws of nature or disobedience to the order of the Lord will bring ruin to the human being. On the other hand, if one is sober and knows the laws of nature without being influenced by unnecessary attachment or abhorrence, he is sure to be recognized again by the Lord, and thus become eligible for going back to Godhead, back to the eternal home.
Jai, that completes the verse. So let's take some reflections, beginning with Rupanuga Prabhu. What jumps out?
There's a lot there.
Sorry?
There's a lot there.
What?
A ton.
Yeah, there's.
There's a lot there.
Yes.
Let's.
Yeah.
Rupanuga Prabhu, ask
No.
Rupanuga Prabhu.
Yes, I have him. I have asked him.
Okay, this is very the ABCs of Bhagavad, the knowledge of Krishna consciousness, like Srila Prabhupada calls the Bhagavad Gita ABCs. This is even more ABCs. I noticed that through so far there have been 6 changes. I have the original 69 version here, the first one. And the 100 changes that were made over 4 or 5 or 6 editions were the ones brought to Srila Prabhupada's attention by Yashodananda Prabhu. And that started the whole controversy about changes in the books. That was a so-called rascal editors lecture or tape.
Yeah, rascal editor problem.
There weren't, these changes were actually very minor changes so far.
Are you finished there, Prabhu?
Did you have any?
May I
you have
ask
anything-
a question?
Oh, okay, I just want to know if Rupanuga had anything philosophical specifically to say.
Right, right. That's what I'm waiting for. I asked him also. I don't know, maybe I don't know if this my computer's working properly or not. Okay, is there any other comments?
No, I just think Jina Praktina Gunjita is a very important concept that one should only make use of what he's been awarded in his life and try to take from other persons, which is sinful and illegitimate. And that's exactly what's going on all the time in the world. People are trying to encroach on the possessions of other persons. So although everything's owned by Krishna, we have our allotment that we've been given by our karmic behavior. And we have to be satisfied with that.
That actually answers my question, because my question I had was, how does one actually determine what is one's quota? Like, how do you know when enough is enough? Depends on your mode of nature, right? Where you're situated.
Mm-hmm.
Sivananda, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I had a question. I wanted to ask Rupanuga Prabhu. I had always been taught that Srila Prabhupada's peace formula was based on this verse. Is that
Which verse?
Isabashyamidam, the one we just read, verse 1 of the Isopanishad, Isabashyamidam Satvam, that Prabhupada's peace formula was based on this verse. Is that true? That's what I've learned my whole ISKCON life.
The peace formula. The peace formula was the Lord. If I remember correctly, the Lord is the proprietor. Everything. He's the friend and of everyone. I think he's the maintainer. There's 4 things that Srila Prabhupada mentioned as parts of the peace formula. I don't remember all of them at the moment, but he said this was a peace formula he was distributing at the UN.
Yes.
He was saying this: if everyone would follow these 4 elements of the peace formula, there would actually be peace. The first one was to always remember that Krishna's the proprietor of everything. Another one was he's a friend, he's a proprietor. Let's see what else. There's 2 more. I don't remember off.
Swaram, controller of all the planets and the demigods.
No, there's I don't remember them.
Because I know Prabhupada also in lectures, sometimes he would quote Bhagavad Gita 5:29, which was along the same lines as this verse we just read. Bhoktaragya tapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridam sarvabhutanam gyatva mam shantim richati. That Krishna is the object of all sacrifice and penance, tapasya. He is the friend of all living entities. He's in the heart, friend in the heart. He's the controller of all planets and demigods. And one who understands this gets peace of mind. Shantim richati. That's 5:29 in Bhagavad Gita. So Prabhupada would sometimes quote that when he was talking about peace formula. But I had always been taught that it was in New York, that it was from this Isabashyamidam Sarvam. Prabhupada would sometimes quote this and talk peace formula.
I think the main thing is these 4 points. Now, one was he's a friend of everyone. He's the enjoyer of everything. He's the proprietor of everything. And what's the 4th one? There's 4. I don't remember the 4th one. He said, this is the peace formula, those 4 things.
The best friend of every living entity, Suridam Sarvabhutanam.
Right. The friend in the heart of all living entities. Yeah, that's one. Object of all sacrifice and penance and austerity, tapasya. The object. Bhoktaram yagya tapasam. First line, 529. The friend of all living entities, the friend in the hearts, Suridam Sarvabhutanam, Gyatvam Shant. What is it? Bhoktaram yagya tapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram, controller of all planets and demigods. The friend in the heart of all living entities, and one who understands this gets peace of mind and peace. Bhaktyamam shantam rishati. One who develops this understanding has peace of mind.
Peace from the pangs of material existence.
Okay, so that's, but this verse here, this verse 1, Isavashyam, the one we just read, I heard it quoted so many times in regards to the peace form, Prabhupada's peace formula. Maybe I could ask another question. In the early days, Rupanuga Prabhu, before we had the Govindam prayers that came out with the Radha Krishna Temple album, before we used to play that every morning when greeting the deities, did you have a custom, where you would, brahmacharis, devotees would meet in the temple room before Mangal Artik and chant the Sri Isopanishad in unison? Do you
No.
know, did you
No.
have
No, you
that
see,
custom?
when you
No?
asked me about the history, you have to remember that I wasn't in a temple. I was in a storefront. And I left the storefront in February 68, went to Buffalo. So there was no question of deities. And I mean, so many things that we take for granted that were introduced later on in temple worship. We didn't have that. We didn't have that. We didn't have an altar. We didn't have deities. We didn't have, this kind of a set program that came into place later on.
Answer your
The same
question.
with me.
Answer your question, Sevananda Prabhu, because I've been studying these lectures. After chanting Govinda Mari Purusham, then Prabhupada starts chanting the Isopanishad mantras with the devotees. That was in Los Angeles, 1968-69.
Okay, thank you. Good. Because when I joined in Phoenix, Arizona, 1970, that's what we did. The brahmacharis or any devotee would meet in the temple room before Mangal Arati, and we would, fumble our way through all of the Sri Isopanishad, without even a 1-minute lesson. I'd never heard. We didn't have that recording of Prabhupada teaching it and chanting it like you played today. But yeah, we used to chant that before we had the Govinda prayers to listen to. And that was when we memorized it. If you chant that every morning, and my God, in 2 or 3 months, everybody memorizes it. Everyone knows it.
Does anyone else have a comment or a question on the verse, or would you want me to bring it back on the screen for any portion of it?
I have a comment. I have a 1997 printing of the Isopanishad, and as soon as he started reading, I saw changes. For example, in the purport, it says the Lord is Purnam, but here it says, since the Lord is Purnam.
Yeah.
Is that a correction or an illegal change? Adding something that shouldn't be there.
What the point Srila Prabhupada made when this was brought up to him, that there were over 100 changes, and the ones I've noticed so far have been basically grammatical changes, and a little bit on emphasis, perhaps. The point he was making is that these changes were made without his permission.
Okay, that's
Whatever they
legitimate.
were, whatever they were, whatever. He didn't say anything about what kind of changes, anything like that. But when it was revealed to him, there were over 100 changes, whatever level they were on. Srila Prabhupada was very upset about it. That's what started it all.
That makes sense.
See, his emphasis was they did it without my permission.
Okay, yeah, that really clears it up. So the thing is, in referring to the changes that were made after Prabhupada left the planet, how can it possibly have been done? Because he wasn't physically present to give his permission.
It was done.
Yeah, without his permission, because he wasn't physically present to have a say. They assumed, they used some words that he said to assume that he gave permission to give unlimited access to them to do whatever they wanted to change.
Yeah, see, but that's the controversy.
Yeah.
It's been going on all this time. That's the controversy. That claim is he did give permission, but it's nothing in written permission, but he did give permission, a carte blanche for changing in the future. But this is the controversy.
Right.
If nobody has any philosophical comments or questions, because this could very easily become a whole discussion just on book editing.
Yeah.
Because not every.
I have a comment. I don't know, how authoritative it is, but we do know from the purport here that the Sri Isopanishad is inserted within the Yajur Veda. Right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Basugosh Das Prabhu told me that, of course, I was telling him that that one reason why Srila Prabhupada gave us the Sri Isopanishad so early in his preaching career was one of the earliest books, right? And it was because of the rampant impersonalism and atheism, especially the Mayavada impersonalism. And this this was ideal for preaching to the impersonalists.
Right.
So I mentioned that, and I know that's true. I heard that in a Prabhupada lecture. But then Basi Ghosh told me, he says it also makes sense because it's inserted within the Yajur Veda, and in the Vedic tradition, to become an acharya, you must have written or given a commentary to Veda, to part of the Vedas. So, do you understand my point? That was Basu Ghosh Prabhu making that point, that because this Isopanishad, Sri Isopanishad is inserted within the Yajur Veda, and Srila Prabhupada came out with it very early on with purport, that actually is a Vedic requirement to declare yourself an acharya, which we are proud to to always mention that he was the founder acharya. That's a Vedic tradition, that you must write commentary on Veda, and Sri Isopanishad is considered part of the Veda, because it's inserted within some of the Upanishads are within other Vedas, the 4 Vedas. Even the invocation, the Om Purnama Daha, that verse, that is tagged on the beginning of many Upanishads also. Anyway, that's my point. We know that it was the ideal thing for preaching to the Mayavadis, us in the West, but also then that comment by Basu Ghosh that it was Vedic tradition that to declare yourself Acharya, you must have commentary on Veda, which Sri Isopanishad does count as part of Veda. It's within the Yajur Veda.
Well, of course, we weren't so concerned at that time with those kind of details. Prabhupada explained that there are 108 Upanishads, and of the 108 Upanishads, there are 10 principal ones, and he picked this one to translate. So the question is why he printed this one. So when the cover, there was some talk about changing the cover to Krishna from the Lord and standing waist high in the water. Prabhupada replied, "No, I've chosen this picture specifically to attract the impersonalists."
To attract, oh.
So if you look at the way the Isopanishad is created by Sri Isopanishad, it goes from the impersonal conception to this personal conception in 18 verses. I mean, that's quite a change. You see, that clarifies that the Supreme Lord is a person, although you'll note that there's no name of God in any of these verses. What's described is the qualities of the Lord or the position of the Lord in this material world, ending up with the fact that behind everything is a person. That's a preliminary understanding of our philosophy. The Supreme Lord is a person. It's not automatic. It's a person. So that we understood from Srila Prabhupada's explanations in the beginning.
Yes, because at the end, there's beautiful prayers. My Lord, please remember all that I have done for you. But this is not the mood at the beginning. It sounds more abstract and more impersonal. The complete whole, the personality of Godhead is the complete whole. Whatever emanates from the complete whole is also complete. That's quite a different mood than at the very end. My dear Lord, please forgive me all the sacrifices I have done for you. That becomes very personal. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, but you see that the Bhagavad Gita is the same way. It starts off with the position of the spirit soul and arguments about the position of the spirit soul, gradually progresses through various kinds of yoga and meditation and sacrifice and all this step by step. Then finally we get to the 12th chapter where it's all about devotional service. So it's a gradual development of ideas gradually. And Srila Prabhupada said if Krishna had put surrender to me in the first chapter, no one would have read the book. So it had to go progressively to that point. So similarly, it's done in this way, step by step. The Bhagavatam is arranged in the same way, progressively, first through 12 cantos. The system of education is arranged in the same way. First the Bhagavad Gita, then the Srimad Bhagavatam, then Chaitanya. Srila Prabhupada was creating an educational institution with textbooks, with a modus operandi of organization and classes and progressive realization through study of Shastra. It was a very planned program, developing gradually, from the very beginning, of a few pamphlets, and then gradually Isopanishad, Bhagavad Gita, the Krishna book. And notice he went to Krishna book very early on because he wanted to get to the 10th canto. He wanted to explain the 10th canto because already the tradition was in the Mayavads was to jump to the 10th canto, to the pastimes, confidential pastimes of the Lord. So he made that 10th canto one of his first publications. a Krishna book.
Speaking of the 10th canto in Krishna book, I realized that there was an oversight on my part because generally we always do pastimes or Krishna book Mondays and Wednesdays, and then Fridays we would save that just for philosophy. So if no one has any other comments to make on Isopanishad, I do have the Krishna book pastime for this evening lined up.
I have a question, actually.
Sure.
So,
Can you come on the screen, Pradyumna, or you're not able?
uh,
Welcome
yeah,
back after so long.
yeah, I just wanted to ask, since we know Prabhupada translated parts of the 10th canto and then left his body, is it still recommended to read all 12 cantos, or would you say that just reading what Prabhupada gave us is enough? What would you say to that, Rupanuga?
Well, that's the controversy. That's a controversy. I haven't read past the 10th canto, where the part where Srila Prabhupada finished. At one time when I read I had to do some classes, Bhagavatam classes in my zone, I read part of the 11th canto. But it's a question of, that's a controversy. Some devotees don't want to go any further than what Srila Prabhupada finished because they're claiming that he gave the job to finish the Prabhu, and that wasn't done. And they didn't accept anybody else's versions. They accepted Prabhu because he was appointed to do that. And there's all kinds of arguments discussions about that.
But we have like Uddhava Gita, there's the description of Kali Yuga, a lot of cool stuff in the other cantos. So would you think it's still, well, I guess you didn't find the need to read it, but personally, I would think that's good info to have. But yeah, I just wanted to know, because I'm about to finish 10th canto here, and I'm just meditating on this, you know?
Yeah, when I came to that problem, I didn't really discuss it much because I was satisfied with reading Krishna book.
That's what I do. Yeah. That's
And
10th canto to me.
as far as more
Krishna book.
confidential discussions, and what they go to Chaitanya Charitamrita is filled with all kinds of details that you don't find in earlier publications.
May I make a comment, please? I remember when we came to the end of the translations of Srila Prabhupada in the 10th canto, Brahma Vimohan Leela,
Hmm.
as the future 10th canto volumes came out, which then led to the 11th canto and 12th canto done by the team of Gopi Puranadan Prabhu, a Sanskrit scholar, and Hridayananda Maharaj, who's also Sanskrit scholar. I remember, I mean, personally myself, I had no mental issue. Oh, Pradyumna didn't do this, Prabhupada didn't do this, I better not touch it. No, we just ate them up. We devoured them as they came on rolling off I don't remember any controversy existing at that time. We were eager for the nectar, and we trusted our godbrothers enough to think, okay, they've looked at what Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur had to say, Sridhar Maharaj, I don't know, what was it, Rupanuga Prabhu, was it 12 different commentaries that Prabhupada synthesized from all these, was it something like that, the big red book that he had?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, but
I think it comes down to one part of the discussion was the proper translations of the Sanskrit, because that had to be done. The
right.
proper translation. Now, only one time I ever spoke to Prajumni about that, when he had seen some translations were made by this team, some of the members. It had to do with Gopi Puranjan's version of another book, Bhagavad. I'm not sure which book that was. It came out 2 or 3 volumes. And I asked him, could you comment? You read the first volume of that series. Could you comment? And he said, on the Sanskrit. And he said, there were many mistakes. So, I mean, my point is that Prajumna was personally trained. In a short period of time, he learned both Bengali and Sanskrit under Srila Prabhupada's personal tutelage. He was trained to translate. So when he said that, I took it as a good authority. So I'm just, this is a controversy, like you said. It was the Bhagavatam was finished. It was first by Rita Nana was taking the credit, and then gradually a whole team was already involved from the very beginning, and finally they were all acknowledged as a teamwork to finish.
Yeah, because I feel the same way as Gaura a little bit. You know, it's all nectar, and you should just read it. But then you hear also, well, that's just one version of the Bhagavatam. So the Bhagavatam is potentially much longer than 12 cantos. Just this manifestation is 12 cantos, but yeah, it's a tricky thing, I guess. But it's all nectar, you know. Like that's what I was agreeing with Gaura and was saying that like we just read it without discrimination, you know. But yeah, getting close to there. So just trying to get some inspiration from you, Prabhu. So see what you all have to say about it. But yeah, I'm also feeling like perhaps just go straight to CC. But from what I've heard, a lot of devotees are quoting from 11th canto and 12th canto. So I feel like there's some really good stuff in there.
I'd like to say additionally that if someone has any issue with Sri Dayananda Maharaj and Gopi Pranadhana's translation, that our godbrother Banu Swami has come out with Sarartha Darshini, which is the whole 10th canto, the complete 10th canto translation, commentary of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. And I'm not sure whether he's done the 11th and 12th cantos, perhaps. But Banu Swami, I know, is relished by many, many sannyasis, many, many devotees. I've never heard any issue with anybody about his Okay, so Srila Prabhupada did not officially, approve of him. I don't even know how much Sanskrit he knew at that time, but I know of many sannyasis that relish the translations of Banu Swami, and he's translated other Bhagavad Gitas. Prabhupada himself said, that he would, in the future, hope to translate Bhagavad Gita. And a devotee said, "What do you, Prabhupada? You've already translated." And Prabhupada said, "There are so many Bhagavad Gitas." And he wanted the Sad Sandarbhas done and Ramayan, and he mentioned several books. So Prabhupada's disciples are continuing with this, and as Rupanuga Prabhu has pointed out, there's some controversy amongst individuals. Some of us accept our godbrother's work. What you were referring to, Rupanuga Prabhu, is the Brihat Bhagavatamrita. That's the 3-volume set.
Yeah, I just remember what Srila Prabhupada said during our meeting on 28th of June of, was it May? The last meeting we had with him at GBC. This question was asked about future translations of Acharya's works. A very basic question, whether we should do that and publish that with BBT. And his answer was, I remember the gist of it, which was that we can't say we have anyone right now who's qualified to do that kind of work. And when he said that in order to translate the works of previous acharyas, one has to be very realized. Mm-hmm. And he mentioned that twice. That was his answer to the question about whether books translated by his disciples or previous acharyas or previous works could be published by BBT after his departure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I would just, on this note, actually, I was just wondering, why is it that Prabhupada prioritized Chaitanya Charitamrita over finishing Bhagavatam? Because it seems like they're both pretty substantial, about the same size. Maybe Bhagavatam has more volumes, but is there a reason that is known why the CC was completed and the Bhagavatam was not?
What? I don't understand the question. Why was one considered more than,
No, it's because Srila Prabhupada finished the Chaitanya Charitamrita, but he didn't finish the Bhagavatam. So was it that actually he had compiled, translated, and commented on the PC before the Bhagavatam?
He was doing both, as far as I know. He was doing both. Because in 68, he came in one morning Bhagavatam class, he read Chaitanya Charitamrita, which surprised everybody, because we weren't expecting that at that point. And you remember, I told you before, I think that he asked after the end of his reading, there were actually a week, he spent a whole week reading the work he was doing on the Chaitanya Charitamrita for Bhagavatam class. And then one time, after the first day, after the reading was over, he asked what we thought about it. He asked Brahmananda what he thought about it, hearing Chaitanya Charitamrita. Brahmananda didn't say anything. And he looked at me and asked me what I thought. And I said, I'm really amazed, Prabhupada, that you're even speaking to us on this Chaitanya Charitamrita at this point in our spiritual life. We're practically off the street. And that was my comment. And so those lectures were used in later publication. So he was doing it at the same time he was doing Bhagavatam. But I think this emphasis on Chaitanya Charitamrita was really, this is my opinion, it intended emphasis on the movement as the movement of Lord Chaitanya. And the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was one of his first publications, which was a summary study of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. He felt it important to bring that out early to emphasize the authority of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the purposes of his appearance. Because this movement, after all, the Hare Krishna movement was started by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And you'll find so much intimate details, because there were two aspects of Lord Chaitanya's appearance. One, the esoteric, and the other, the exoteric. The exoteric was the Harinam movement, which indicated that Lord Chaitanya was a Yuga avatar, teaching the Yuga Dharma. And then there was the esoteric purpose, which was Lord Chaitanya's revelation of the relationship between Radha and Krishna, and to prove that Lord Chaitanya was an incarnation of Radha Krishna, and all the esoteric pastimes, and many of which are covered in the 10th canto also.
I know we have some devotees here who love to read, so I'm wondering if we can squeeze in a little Krishna Lila, since this is normally a Krishna Lila, Krishna book night. Would anyone object if we moved over to reading some Krishna book?
No.
I wanted to thank everyone. I noticed 10 devotees came tonight, and this is quite a record in a long time. I noticed the numbers were changing, fluctuating quite a bit. We used to have, on the average, around 7 on a regular basis, 8, but we went up to 10 tonight. Now 2 people left. It's kind of hard to keep everyone's interest, or sometimes people, they have other things to do. But I just wanted to thank everyone very much for making my day. 10 devotees coming together. I'm so grateful for all of you. Okay, so over to the Krishna book. Why Duryodhana felt insulted at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice. I went to the original PrabhupadaBooks.com, and they only have like 2 paragraphs posted there. I don't know who's in charge of that site, but they're not doing a great job maintaining, because there's several chapters which are only half the chapter is available. So anyway, I'm going with this version from the archives. So Jaimata, if you want to start, and then Pradyumna, if you're able to read, I don't know.
Why Duryodhana felt insulted at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice. King Yudhisthira was known as Ajitya Surya, or the person who had no enemy.
Ajata Shatru is the term.
I'm Ajata Satru. Sorry for my pronunciation. I'm rusty. Ajata Satru, or a person who had no enemy. Therefore, when all the demigods, kings, sages, and saints saw the successful termination of the Rajasuya Yagya performed by King Yudhisthira, they were very happy. That Janardana alone was unhappy was astonishing to Maharaj Parikshit, and therefore he requested Sukadeva Goswami to explain this.
I just wanted to thank Satyajit Prabhu. I've never seen him on on our Zoom before, but Satyajit Prabhu is he's one of the early pioneer founders of the Hare Krishna movement in Canada. When did you join Satyajit Prabhu? Was it 68 or 69?
69 in Florida.
Florida. Wow. Thank you so much for coming.
Opa-locka, Florida.
That's really great
Thank
to
you
have
for having
Thank you. So Rupanuga Prabhu. would you like-
Haribo. I watched your video this morning, Dunanda
Oh,
and
okay.
Rupanuga.
Okay. So Rupanuga Prabhu, would you like to continue? And then you're next to read a paragraph after Rupanuga, Satyajit Prabhu. Shukadev,
I don't have it on my screen.
can you see it on here?
No. No, I don't have, I can't see the writing. I have the Krishna book. I'm not sure where you are.
Oh, it's the chapter after Shishupal. After Shishupal loses his head.
I can't, we're jumping around a lot this time. I can't keep up with it.
Okay. So you're not able to read, is that it? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
Satyajit, would you like to read the next paragraph, Prabhu?
Off the screen here.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise coming from someone's channel. I don't know who.
You want me to read?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where all the noise is coming from.
I just turned the fan on.
Oh, that we hear your fan loud and clear.
Oh, I'll turn it off. And I'll put an overhead fan on.
And then you can mute it. You can turn it on after, but just mute yourself so that we don't have to hear your fan louder than your voice. Must be pretty hot down there in Florida.
Okay, how's that?
A little better, I guess. Okay, please read. Shukadev Goswami said,
My dear King Pariksit, your grandfather, King Yudhisthira, was a great soul. His congenial disposition attracted everyone to be his friend, and therefore he was known as Ajata Satru, one who never created an enemy. He engaged all the members of the Kuru dynasty in taking charge of different departments for the management of the Rajasuya sacrifice. For example, Bhimasena was put in charge of the kitchen department, Duryodhan was in charge of the treasury department, Sahadev in charge of the reception department, Nakula in charge of the supplies department, and Arjun in charge of looking after the comforts of the elderly persons. The most astonishing feature was that Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, took charge of washing the feet of all the incoming guests. The queen, the goddess of fortune, Draupadi, was in charge of administering the distribution of food. And because Karna was famous for giving charity, he was put in charge of the charity department. In this way, Satyaki, Vaikarna, Hardikya, Vidura, Satardhana, Bhurishrava, the son of Balika, were all engaged in different departments for managing the affairs of the Rajasuya sacrifice. They were all so bound in loving affection for King Yudhisthira that they simply wanted to please him.
Thank you. Pradyumna, are you available to read or not, Prabhu?
Huh?
I'm barely available to be here in the first place, so I'm just
Madhavi,
listening.
can you read Madhavi and then the Patni?
After Shishupal had died by the mercy of Lord Krishna, and had become merged in the spiritual existence. And after the end of the Rajasuya Yajna, when all friends, guests, and well-wishers had been sufficiently honored and rewarded, King Yudhisthira went to bathe in the Ganges. The city of Hastinapur is today standing on the bank of the Jamuna, and the statement of Srimad Bhagavatam that King Yudhisthira went to bathe in the Ganges indicates, therefore, that during the time of the Pandavas, the river Jamuna was also known as the Ganges. While the king was taking the Avabrita bath, different musical instruments such as mridangas, conch shells, drums, kettle drums, and bugles vibrated. In addition, the ankle bells of the dancing girls jingled. Many groups of professional singers played veenas, flutes, gongs, and cymbals, and thus a tumultuous sound vibrated in the sky. The princely guests from many kingdoms like Srinjaya, Cambodia, Kuru, Kekaya, and Koshala were present with their different flags and gorgeously decorated elephants, chariots, horses, and soldiers. All were passing in a procession, and King Yudhisthira was in the forefront. The executive members, such as the priests, religious ministers, and Brahmins, were performing a sacrifice, and all were loudly chanting the Vedic hymns. The demigods, the inhabitants of the Pitruloka and Gandharvaloka, as well as many sages, showered flowers from the sky. The men and women of Hastinapur, Indraprastha, their bodies smeared with scents and floral oils, were nicely dressed in colorful garments and decorated with garlands, jewels, and ornaments. They were all enjoying the ceremony, and they threw on each other liquid substances like water, oil, milk, butter, and yogurt. Some even smeared these on each other's bodies. In this way, they were enjoying the occasion. The professional prostitutes were also engaged by jubilantly smearing these liquid substances on the bodies of the men, and the men reciprocated in the same way. All the liquid substances had been mixed with turmeric and saffron, and their color was a lustrous yellow.
Nanda Patni, are you able to read?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Do you want to scroll up?
In order to observe.
There you go.
Yeah, and then Shuddha Sindhu after you.
In order to observe the great ceremony, many wives of the demigods had come in different airplanes, and they were visible in the sky. Similarly, the queens of the royal family, gorgeously decorated and surrounded by bodyguards, arrived on different palanquins. During this time, Lord Krishna, the material cousin of the Pandavas, and his special friend, Arjuna, were both throwing the liquid substances on the bodies of the queens. The queens became bashful, but at the same time, their beautiful, smiling, brightened their faces. Because of the liquids thrown on their bodies, the saris covering them became completely wet. The different parts of their beautiful bodies, particularly their breasts and their waists became particularly visible because of the wet cloth. The queens brought buckets of the same liquid substances and with syringes sprinkled them on the bodies of their brothers-in-law. As they engaged in such jubilant activities, their hair fell loose and the flowers decorating their bodies began to fall. When Lord Krishna, Arjuna, and the queens were thus engaged in these jubilant activities, persons who were not clean in the heart were agitated by lustful desires. In other words, such behavior between pure males and females is enjoyable, but it makes persons who are materially contaminated become lustful.
Thank you. Shuddha Sindhu, are you able to read?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Just
You this
read the next
you this
one. There's a lot of noise in the background. Someone needs to mute, please. Okay.
Prabhu?
Whoa, there's a lot of noise. What's going on?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm gonna turn off this overhead fan too.
Yeah, please. Getting a
Gaura,
big
Prabhu?
like 1,000, hundreds of thousands of volts or something. Yeah,
How's
it's cool.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I wanted to make a comment on this color throwing at the dye.
There's a
But there's
problem.
too much humming now.
No,
There's a lot
she
of
ha-
it here.
she has to mute. There's a problem.
Okay, good. The
So
humming.
it may be an obvious point. It may be an obvious point, but the point was made when in the paragraph we read that when people became lusty, then previously it was stated that everybody was having a fun time. They were all enjoying each
Right.
other's company. But for the persons who became lusty, then they were not any longer in that mood of just having a fun time, stay in the mode of goodness. They lost that aspect of behavior because of their lust.
Haribol.
There's a lot of problem on your end, Gandhari. A lot of humming. The humming is louder than your voice.
Yeah, she has to shut off the volume.
Yeah, sorry, you're not. There's something wrong with your system this evening. It's
There's a connection problem.
disrupting. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep things moving along. So Shuddha Sindhu, could you please read?
Yeah. Can you share the screen? Yeah. Yudhishthira, in a gorgeous chariot yoked to excellent horses, was present there along with his queens, including Draupadi, and their features were so beautiful that it appeared as if the great Rajasriya sacrifice were in person along with the different functions of the sacrifice. Following the Rajasriya sacrifice, there was the Vedic ritualistic duty known as Patni Samyaja. This sacrifice, which one performs along with one's wife, was also duly conducted by the priest of King Yudhishthira. As Queen Draupadi and King Yudhishthira were taking their Avavrata bath, the citizens of Hastinapura, as well as the demigods, began to beat on drums and blow trumpets out of feelings of happiness, and there was a shower of flowers from the sky. When the king and the queen finished their bath in the Ganges, all the other citizens, consisting of all the Varnas or castes, the Brahmanas, Satriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras, took their bath in the Ganges. Bathing in the Ganges is recommended in the Vedic literatures because by such bathing, one is free from all sinful reactions. This is still current in India, especially at particularly auspicious moments. At such times, millions of people bathe in the Ganges.
Thank you. I'm just trying to see who's still here to read. I guess it's back up to me. It looks like a whole bunch of people are not here. After taking his bath, King Yudhishthira, dressed in a new silken cloth and wrapper, and decorated himself with valuable jewelry. The king not only dressed himself and decorated himself, but also gave clothing and ornaments to all the priests and the others who had participated in the yagyas. In this way, he worshipped them all. He constantly worshipped his friends, his family members, his relatives, his well-wishers, and everyone present. And because he was a Vaishnav, a great devotee of Lord Narayan, he knew how to treat everyone well. The Mayavadi philosophers' endeavor to see everyone as God is an artificial attempt at oneness. But a Vaishnav or a devotee of Lord Narayan sees every living entity as part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, a Vaishnava's treatment of other living entities is on the absolute platform, as one cannot treat one part of his body differently from another part, because they all belong to the same body. A Vaishnava does not see a human being as distinct from an animal, because in both he sees the soul and the supersoul seated together. When everyone was refreshed after bathing and was dressed in silken clothing, jeweled earrings, flower garlands, turbans, long wrappers, and pearl necklaces, they looked all together like the demigods from heaven. This was especially true of the women, who were very nicely dressed. Each wore a golden belt around the waist. They were all smiling, with spots of tilak and curling hair scattered here and there. The combination was very attractive. Jai Madhava Prabhu.
Those persons who participated in the Rajasuya sacrifice, including the most cultured priests, the Brahmanas, had assisted the citizens of all the Varnas and the kings, demigods, sages, saints, and citizens of Prichaloka were all very much satisfied by the dealings of King Yudhisthira. And at the end, they happily departed for their residences. While returning to their homes, they talked of the dealings of King Yudhisthira, and even after continuous talk of his greatness, they were not satiated. Just as one may drink nectar over and over again and never be satisfied. After the departure of all the others, Maharaj Yudhisthira restrained the inner circle of his friends, including Lord Krishna, not allowing them to leave. Lord Krishna could not refuse the request of the king. Krishna therefore sent back all the heroes of the Yadu dynasty, Samba and others. All of them returned to Dwarka, and Lord Krishna personally remained to give pleasure to the king. In the material world,
And then Nandapatni.
In the material world, everyone has a particular type of desire to be fulfilled, but one is never able to fulfill his desires to his full satisfaction. The king Yudhisthira, because of his unflinching devotion to Krishna, could fulfill all his desires successfully by the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. From the description of the Rajasuya Yagya, such a function appears to be a great ocean of opulent desires. Such an ocean is not possible for an ordinary man to cross. Nevertheless, by the grace of Lord Krishna, King Yudhisthira was able to cross it very easily and thus become freed from all anxieties.
The Patni?
When
Duryodhana saw that Maharaj Yudhisthira had become very famous after performing the Rajasuya Yagya and was fully satisfied in every respect, he began to burn with fire of envy because his mind was always poisonous. For one thing, he envied the imperial palace constructed by the demon Maya for the Pandavas. Just one sec. The palace was excellent in its puzzling artistic workmanship and was befitting the position of great princes, kings, or leaders of the demons. In that great palace, the Pandavas lived with their family members, and Queen Draupadi served her husbands very peacefully. And because in those days Lord Krishna was also there, the palace was also decorated by his thousands of queens. When the queens, with their heavy breasts and thin waists, moved within the palace and their ankle bells rang very melodiously with their movement, the whole palace appeared more opulent than the heavenly kingdom. Because a portion of their breasts was sprinkled with saffron powder, the pearl necklaces on their breasts appeared reddish. With their beautiful earrings and flowing hair, the queens appeared very attractive. After seeing such beauties in the palace of King Yudhisthira, Duryodhana was envious. He was especially envious and lustful upon seeing the beauty of Draupadi, because he had cherished a special attraction for her from the very beginning of her marriage with the Pandavas. In the marriage selection assembly of Draupadi, Duryodhana had also been present, and along with other princes, he had been very much captivated by the beauty of Draupadi, but he had failed to achieve her.
Rupanuga Prabhu, are you able to read now, or no?
If you scroll, I can't. Yeah, one. Okay, once upon a time, is that it? Yeah, once upon a
Yes.
time, Yudhisthira was sitting on his golden throne in the palace constructed by the demon Maya. His 4 brothers and other relatives, as well as his great well-wisher Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, And then my screen's blanked out there a little bit. Let's see. We're present. And the material opulence of King Yudhishthira seemed no less than that of Lord Brahma. When he was sitting on the throne, surrounded by his friends and the reciters were offering prayers to him in the form of nice songs, Duryodhana came to the palace with his younger brothers. Duryodhana was decorated with a helmet, and he carried a sword in his hand. He was always in an envious and angry mood, and therefore on his slight provocation, he spoke sharply with the doorkeepers and became angry. By the craftsmanship of the demon Maya, the palace was so decorated in different places that one who did not know the tricks would consider water to be land and land to be water. Duryodhana was illusioned by this craftsmanship, and when crossing over, thinking it to be land, he fell in. When Duryodhana, out of his foolishness, had thus fallen, the queens enjoyed the incident by laughing. King Yudhishthira could understand the feelings of Duryodhana, and he tried to restrain the queens, but Lord Krishna indicated that King Yudhishthira should not restrain them from enjoying the incident. Krishna desired that Duryodhana be fooled in that way, and that all of them enjoy his foolish behavior. When everyone laughed, Duryodhana felt very insulted, and his bodily hair stood up in anger. Being thus insulted, he immediately left the palace, bowing his head. He was silent and did not protest. When Duryodhana left in such an angry mood, everyone regretted the incident, and King Yudhishthira was also very sorry. But despite all these occurrences, Krishna was silent. He did not say anything against or in favor of the incident. It appeared that Duryodhana had been put into illusion by the supreme will of Lord Krishna, and this was the beginning of the enmity between the two sects of the Kuru dynasty. This appeared to be a part of Krishna's plan in his mission to decrease the burden of the world. King Parikshit had inquired from Sukadeva Goswami why Duryodhana was not satisfied after the termination of the great Rajasuya sacrifice. Thus, it was explained by Sukadeva Goswami. The sense of Bhaktivedanta purport of the 75th chapter of Krishna, why Duryodhana felt insulted at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice.
Guy, you have some comments on that, Rupanuga Prabhu? We just see you from your nose up. Can you load your screen, please?
Well, how's that?
That's much better. Perfect. Thank you.
No, that Krishna's plan behind it all.
Right. It seems that Krishna had his own genocide agenda for the Kurukshetra. This was leading up to Kurukshetra, right?
Yes.
What I really liked about this chapter is early on, different devotees had different responsibilities. And I thought it was so cool to read that Krishna personally took the responsibility to wash everybody's feet. What an example. So one time I visited a Gaudiya Mat temple, and what I found really interesting is that only the sannyasis served the prasadam, and I thought, wow, I'm not sure I ever saw that in our ISKCON before. That those who are considered to be like of the highest order, they were doing the most humble of services. So similarly, I'm seeing, Krishna taking the service of washing he could have taken any service he wanted, and the service he chose was to wash everybody's feet. How cool is that?
It's very cool.
Go ahead.
It's very cool. You said, how cool is that? It's very cool. Very cool indeed. I thought the description of the way that everyone was dressed so beautifully, and also their water games with the liquids was quite extraordinary. It's so graphic and just so transcendental and extraordinary, just wonderful. Yeah, absolutely wonderful.
Can I try one more time? How is it? Does it noisy now? Still?
There's a little bit of humming, but go ahead and try.
Okay, so this kind of ceremonies are still going on among householders only.
Uh-huh.
And this is supposed to be mostly a pre-wedding ceremony. And
Oh.
they use turmeric paste dye, literally, and it's a whole set day before the wedding. And it's mostly the internal, both sides of the family, like, they get together, and then there is gift brought for the good bride from the groom's side. Then they smear this paste of turmeric paste on each other and kumkum. It still goes on. It's so beautiful, but like it says here, it's only among immediate family members, and no brahmacharis, no sannyasis, no, only the householders, you see.
I thought something like this only went on at Holi, but it seems that at a special festival like Rajasuya, it also took place.
Yeah, but even with Holi, there was something that happened in Hungary. They tried to introduce it, but it was completely wrong. Obviously, they wouldn't know the difference, because if brahmacharis and sannyasis was playing with color dye, it's completely against this Vedic principle, because the whole idea is it's for householders to bring attraction among each other, to enhance the marriage of individuals. It's more like that. See, so even in Holi, I think in Florida, they try to introduce it that everybody goes out and throws dyes, but it's mostly for young couples and married people. And it says the brother-in-law, especially it's supposed to be the younger brother-in-law teasing the older brother's wife. They have this kind of special relationship, just the younger brother-in-law. The older brother-in-law is considered like a father-in-law. So like Radharani never goes wherever Balram is older. But if there is a younger brother-in-law, then there is a teasing going on between the sister-in-law and the younger brother-in-law. So this is the culture there, in that dye and color.
Did you have a question earlier, Gandhari, that you were trying to ask when you were making?
No, I was going to point this out in the previous section also. And now, because you mentioned it, I just wanted to share this information regarding culture.
Jai Madhava Prabhu, thank you, Gandhari. Anything from you on this pastime, Jai Madhava Prabhu, that you really liked?
No, I have nothing to say.
I felt really sorry. I know I shouldn't because he's demoniac, but I felt sorry for Duryodhan because I was imagining him falling in this water and all the women laughing at him, like how embarrassed he must have felt.
No, it was great. It was great. And the fact that Krishna didn't shut the queens up,
No.
The laugh was on him. It was fabulous.
Krishna was encouraging the queens to laugh at Duryodhan. It seems to hoping to incite him to become.
Yeah, because he was, he was a puffed up nonsense.
Right. And he wanted the Pandava's wife, Draupadi. He was envious.
He was kind of lusting after Draupadi. He was insidious. So it was great that the queens had the last laugh.
Madhavi, do you have anything to say on this pastime?
Well, I just find it fascinating the way that it looks like water and it looks like land. I find that whole situation fascinating about the way they built the hall.
That was Maya Donova that built that, I believe.
Yeah.
Like, what an incredible architect he must have been, that everything was so, what was the word that was used? Not abstract, but...
The word.
I can't remember the terminology that was used, but it was like such amazing architecture that nobody could really could clarify so easily between water and land. That's amazing. So yeah, he got insulted. That's a pretty amazing quality that Maharaj Yudhishthir has. Ajata Shatru, one who has no enemy. Wow. Reminds me of the six Goswamis. They were popular both with the gentle and with the ruffians.
I
Yeah,
think
this
it's
Vaishnavas, they don't have any enemies, but the enemies create themselves.
Uh-huh. Would you like to say more about that?
Well, I mean, Srila Prabhupada had that problem. He made no enemies. Just like he said in the end, the war is over, but he never went to war. He never declared war on anyone. So there's always some problem of envy of an exalted personality.
Mhm.
This Kali Yuga qualification.
When Prabhupada said the war is over, was he saying that to a specific devotee, or was that a letter, or is that?
But that was a statement, one of his last statements he made. He was speaking to his godbrothers.
When he was in Vrindavan preparing
In
to.
the last days, yes, been done. It's from a recording.
It sounds like he's.
He wanted to see after his disappearance that everything would go smoothly
Mhm.
with the Gaudiya Math. He didn't want any further, difficulties. So
Mhm.
he was smoothing things over. He was humbly taking responsibility for offenses. Of course, he never offended anyone, but he acted like that. In fact, that's a standard for a Vaishnava who's about to leave the world. He always begs forgiveness from all those persons he supposedly offended because they felt offended, but actually he never offended anyone. But some persons feel offended, so he was taking responsibility for that.
I think there's another nice example of Prabhupada being as tough as nails with someone that made himself an enemy, was the man that gave him so much grief over the building of the Bombay temple.
Mr. Nair.
Yeah.
Mr. Nair, yes.
Mhm.
Yes, sure, but he was a special case. Srila Prabhupada prayed to Nrsingadev to have him killed. He was a special case, and actually Nrsingadev did it.
Yes, yes. And also at one time, devotees said to Prabhupada, why are you just hanging on to this one so vehemently? And Prabhupada said, well, because I invited Krishna there to the land, and he's come there, and I had promised to build him a temple, and I'm not going to break my promise. Yeah.
Do you know that history, Shraddha Sindhu, about how Srila Prabhupada wanted to establish a temple in Bombay, but there was this trickster, Mr. Nair, who sold the land, but then claimed you probably know the whole drama, Rupanuga Prabhu, or maybe even Nanda Patni. Maybe you were there in Mumbai as well.
The Juhu Beach. It was Juhu Beach, which Srila Prabhupada wanted. He understood it to be a very important place. No one else really understood it. And the authorities tried to interfere with it. And so therefore he had to construct a very temporary temple and install deities. That would prevent them. See, you can't, once deities installed, you can't move them. So he made that arrangement to resist the authorities, the government authorities who were trying to also block his purchase. And some of the persons who were already living apartments on the same property that were occupied by persons.
Right.
So they were not pleased about that. But Srila pushed ahead. He had an installation made, and it was too late for actually them to do anything about it, according to tradition. In India, it's interesting. Tradition overruled, local government intentions. That's how strong the tradition, the spiritual tradition, is in India even today. It's something we didn't have in the Western, outside of India. But people are so used to Shastra having the last say.
Can we say that Prabhupada was doing a form of civil disobedience?
Well, from whose point of view?
Well, Lord Chaitanya did civil disobedience.
Yes, for the right cause, for the right cause.
Right. So on behalf of Krishna, Prabhupada was hunkering down. He was taking a stance.
Right. In the end, he prayed to Lord Nrsimhadev to settle it.
Please take out Mr. Nair.
When he was giving his lecture on the Nrsimha's appearance day, his first lecture, he said, "Today is the appearance day of Lord Nrsimhadev, who's come to convince the atheists."
So this was shortly after Mr. Nair? Or
Oh, I don't remember when this is.
Okay.
No, this is before that. It starts back at 69. Back.
Yeah,
But
it's wonderful how he could be so extraordinarily stern and grave, and then other times the most fantastic wit that half the crowd couldn't even pick up on. It was so fast. He was so fast with his wit.
Yeah.
Just fantastic.
He could also be very sarcastic too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, have you seen this rather wonderful series that Siddhanta has done called A Perfect Gentleman? And it's so lovely because he goes through the 26 qualities of the pure devotee, namely Prabhupada, and he illustrates each quality with one of Prabhupada, 4 or 5 of Prabhupada's disciples, illustrating by virtue of their memories, the illustration of that quality. It's really wonderful. It's really, really wonderful because I was watching some of them the other night. Austerity and cleanliness, and just all of them. They go through all of them. It's well worth watching.
He gives examples?
Yes. All of Prabhupada's disciples give the examples.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's
their own interaction with Prabhupada.
One thing I always liked was I liked the one that said expert. And Shobha explained that what that expert means to be able to do something the first time without making a mistake or doing it perfect.
I noticed, Rupanuga, you started to smile when you said Srila Prabhupada could also be quite sarcastic, and you started smiling. I was wondering if there was a particular moment you remember of Prabhupada sarcasm.
Yeah, so he was making a description about performing marriages. And he was giving how the groom and the bride take vows. He says, of course, in your country, after a week or 7 days, there's divorce.
I wrote to Satsarup Maharaj and I asked him that question when I was serving with Gunagraj Maharaj for 6 months on the Krishna Fest party. We had one boy, Bhakta Justin, and Maharaj would nickname him Bhakta Lustin. So one time he told Bhakta Justin, oh, you're so, whatever, you should just go stand in the corner. So Bhakta Justin went and stood in the corner, and Maharaj came back a half an hour later, and Bhakta Justin was still standing in the corner. And Maharaj got angry. And what are you doing? We have so much service to do. Why are you standing in the corner? And he said, well, you told me that I was so, unqualified. I should stand in the corner. And so then he said he was a little confused and he didn't know, when Maharaj should be listened to, when he was being sarcastic. So I wrote to Satsarup Maharaj to ask him this question about the use of sarcasm. and he said that Srila Rupa Goswami used sarcasm in his preaching, and Srila Prabhupada did as well. But he said it's best if you first established a relationship with somebody, that there's an understanding between the two of you before you use sarcasm with them. Of course, Srila Prabhupada could use anything he wanted with us. That was his prerogative. But I'm just saying, we can't always imitate Prabhupada.
Like in the the country that I grew up in England, sarcasm is like a kind of a dry wit, and it's very very much applauded because it's just seen as hilarious, and it also helps the person you're dishing it out to not take themselves so seriously. And it's just a culturally accepted thing. Nobody takes offense at all about it. It's almost considered a bit of a fine art, and it becomes very humorous.
Mhm. Yes. Srila Prabhupada was instructive with it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Who is it? I'm just trying to think of a couple of comments by Prabhupada. One time he said something about that you will take hundreds of years to do this or something, or this has not been cleaned in hundreds of years. It was a really exaggerated statement to make his point. Prabhupada's use of sarcasm. But because it's coming from a pure devotee, it's never meant to hurt. It's meant to instruct.
Yeah, I don't think, the kind of sarcasm that's used culturally in Britain is meant to hurt. It's simply embracing a value that you shouldn't be so puffed up that you take yourself so seriously.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing, that someone is allowed to kind of poke a hole in your pride by saying something witty and sarcastic, and then everybody has a laugh, rather than being offended. Yeah.
Tadaputta Prabhu, he wrote this book called Alien Identities, and although I've got a copy of it, and I've unfortunately not read much of it, I've been meaning to, but I was just reflecting here in this story how it describes that the demigods came in different airplanes, or as the Vedas call them, vimanas, and they came with their wives, and they were seen in the sky, and so I got the impression that Sadaputta Prabhu was referring that these aliens, or amongst the aliens, it's actually the demigods. But he was finding like his own way to, I guess, appeal to people that are into like science fiction or the occult. That aliens used to come to this planet, the demigods. Of course, demons also came. But it just seems like it's another way to preach to a certain sector of society by referring to the demigods as aliens. Do you know what I mean?
But did you see that fantastic lecture by, I'm not going to remember his name now, he's a scientist, devotee, anthropologist type. I know you know.
Primo Druta Karma?
Yeah, Druta Karma. And specifically on the Vimanas.
No.
So brilliant. It was on Dandavats. And what's so fascinating is that at the end, he actually makes a lot of analogies about what the military are trying to do in terms of imitating the Vimanas and various weapons that are described in the Bhagavatam. It's such a fantastic talk. You have to listen to it.
I know Hitler was trying to develop flying saucers, spaceships.
Yeah, he's just very erudite without being pedantic, and he just makes it so fascinating that even if someone is not a Vaishnava, they can find that totally, captivating that the information that he's drawing from, comes from the ancient Vedas, and yet currently the military are trying to kind of copy, all this stuff. Yeah.
Actually, Srila Prabhupada remarked that Professor Kotovsky admitted to him that the Russians had translated the Dhanur Veda. Dhanur Veda
which Veda? Sorry, which one?
Dhanur Veda is the
Dhanur
Veda of military art.
Right.
And the Russians have translated that. And actually also the Germans were interested in that because it all described different weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wanted to tell you that actually Hanuman Prasad Swami also personally serves devotee prasadam. He personally does that. Yeah, Hanuman Prasad Swami. I've seen him every time.
One time I went to our Toronto temple and I went to serve prasadam to all the devotees after the Sunday lecture. And devotees came to me, "Oh, Gaura Prabhu, you shouldn't be serving prasadam. You're a senior devotee." And I said, "In the Gaudiya Math, only the sannyasis and elder members they serve prasadam." And he didn't know what to say. He wasn't used to that.
Well, like Srila Prabhupada said, washing the dishes is everybody's duty. Similarly, serving prasadam, same thing.
Nice.
Service.
I love washing the pots. I washed the pots in the local temple for the whole of last year. I absolutely loved it. Nothing better.
I always heard that I don't know if it was Srila Bhaktisiddhanta or maybe Srila Prabhupada, but that only the most sincere devotee will wash the pots. There's that story.
I don't know about that, Gaura, but I just, what I felt was, oh my God, Krishna is letting me wash his pots in his temple. I just felt it was fabulous.
There's a story of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, and one scholar came to visit him, and some of the sannyasis of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta went and told him, "Oh, there's this, very knowledgeable person, and he wants to see you." And Bhaktisiddhanta told the sannyasis, "Go tell him," because he had some questions actually for Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And so Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said to the sannyasis, "Go tell that man to wash the pots." But the sannyasis were like, "What?" So they told him, and he went and washed the pots. And then after he did all the pots, he was walking away. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said to him, "Excuse me, you had some questions?" He said, "No, actually, while I washed the pots, all my questions were answered." That used to be one of my favorite services as the Sunday feast was coming to an end at the Montreal Temple. I would go up into the prasadam hall and I'd ask different people, "Well, how'd you like the dinner tonight? How'd you like the prasadam?" "Oh, it was very good. I liked it very much." I said, "Well, can you imagine if you had 250 people come to your house for dinner, wouldn't you appreciate it if a few friends stuck around for, 10 minutes, say, and washed a couple of pots? Wouldn't you appreciate that?" And they'd say, "Yeah." I say, "Oh, so could you please come down to the kitchen for 10 minutes? Because I knew if I got them there for 10 minutes, I could definitely get a half an hour out of them or 45 minutes. So I would do that with about 10 of the guests. And the whole kitchen would get cleaned within like 45 minutes. Whereas if I didn't ask anybody, the kitchen would be like dirty for two days after, because it was like a lot of pots to wash. But I'd get in there and I'd get everyone mops and rags and scrub brushes and like whatever and I'd turn up some kirtans. I'd have some good tunes ready to go. So I just turned it into a party in the kitchen, and everyone happily like served together. So that was a service I remember I enjoyed organizing. And because actually one time I gave a talk in Mayapur because I read this quote from Prabhupada where he said, if the kitchen is not clean by the time you're going to do the offering, because he said cooking means cleaning. So when you're finished cooking, you should be finished cleaning. And then I kind of stretched a bit and I said, so if Prabhupada said Srimati Radharani will not accept that offering if the kitchen is not clean by the time it goes to the offering. And then I said, so as far as we may know, if the kitchen's not clean by the time the plates go to the offering, we're all eating boga. And then it started to spread through the whole Manipur community. Gauradas says we're eating boga. And devotees are coming up to me, Gauradas, did you say that we were eating boga? And I said, no, I'm just quoting Prabhupada. He said, Radharani will not accept that offering if the kitchen is not, that when you're finished cooking, you're finished cleaning. Do you have any comment on that, Rupanuga Prabhu?
No?
Okay.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
You were talking about Prabhupada sarcasm. I remember seeing on the internet, I can't find the exact quote, but I did see it, where one of our godbrothers, I'm paraphrasing, but it is, I'm telling you the truth. One of our godbrothers asked Prabhupada, basically, I'm afraid of falling into Maya. And Prabhupada said to him, you're always in Maya. In other words, Prabhupada's disciple was asking Prabhupada, oh, Prabhupada, I'm afraid of falling into Maya. And Prabhupada basically said to him, well, what are you talking about? You're always in Maya. You're all in Maya.
I think it was
the devotees were saying to Prabhupada, oh, Prabhupada, we're Krishna conscious. We're afraid of being in Maya. And Prabhupada said, what do you mean you're afraid of being in Maya? You are in Maya.
The past time I remember is that Satsarup Maharaj was doing a service for Srila Prabhupada, and he didn't quite do it exactly expertly. And he said, oh, I'm sorry, Srila Prabhupada, sometimes I fall in Maya. Prabhupada said, sometimes you fall in Maya. He said, most of the time you are in Maya, sometimes you fall into Krishna, he said.
Exactly. That's the quote I was trying to find. Yeah. You're always in Maya. Sometimes you fall into Krishna. That's the one I was trying to remember. Yeah.
Here's one with Prabhupada Sarcasm. Shukadev, if you remember him, he passed away, unfortunately. He said that once Hari Sari's alarm clock went off, and Prabhupada said, what's that sound? And Hari Sari said, that's the alarm clock, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, oh, who's in danger? Shukadev said, I looked at Hari Sari and thought, wow, my spiritual master has a sense of humor. I couldn't believe it because I had never heard Prabhupada use puns or sarcasm. Prabhupada didn't. Go ahead.
No, but that's a classic. You're always in Maya. Sometimes you fall into Krishna. That's just a mind-blowing statement because it's so true. And once devotees become devotees, sometimes they think they've I'm so advanced, blah blah blah. Prabhupada put us in our place.
Okay, anyway, it's 9:30. I'm glad that we were able to squeeze in not only Isopanishad verse, but we were able to read a Krishna book story. We're nearing the end of Krishna book. Next time, this Wednesday, is the battle between Shalva and the members of the Yadu dynasty. So that should be pretty interesting. And then after that, deliverance of Shalva.
Sorry?
Gandhari, yes?
But that chapter is mostly about his alien craft. And I just want to let you know that there's going to be a lot of disclosure happening from NASA, that they have this kind, and there are some craft described exactly like the Maya Danavas. So just letting you know that there's a lot of disclosure coming out, which was hidden about the UFOs from NASA. So just be prepared.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess you could describe the Shalva's ship as a UFO.
I'd like to make a comment on that. Many years ago, they had a huge festival in Moscow. Not right now, but before, they were doing many outdoor festivals with tents, and thousands of devotees would come, and they would do it maybe a couple-day festival, and even at night. So some devotees were taking photographs, and they took photographs at night too, from a distance. And they took a photograph of the area where the devotees were doing, when they had the deities, they were doing kirtans, they were doing lectures on all the devotees. And in this photograph, Actually, I saw the photograph. There's actually a UFO right above the devotees, 100%. It's a famous photograph that was taken in Russia. I don't know, I can't say who that was, but it's definitely appeared in the photograph.
You remember that quote, Rupanuga Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada was saying that the demigods are waiting to take birth on this planet,
Yeah,
waiting to appear here.
yeah. Because of the facility of human birth for Krishna consciousness. Because demigods are very exalted personalities, and they're used to so many amenities of the material world, so much opulence we can't even imagine. They live such a long time. That's the higher planets. Then you get the lower planets with so many hellish conditions, and then you have the middle planetary system, where this karma is all generated, and it's just to determine whether you go up or down. So, but here also there's an opportunity to get out of this material world, and that's the capacity that's given to us by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and our Parampara system. The human beings can learn what the highest goal of life is, what the purpose of life is, and they're not so opulent and they're not so poor. They're sort of in the middle. It's like a juncture, Srila Prabhupada says, and it's an opportunity for us to become Krishna conscious.
Thank you. I don't have the quote handy, but I remember reading one quote by Srila Prabhupada where he said, if you knew who was taking birth in our devotee families, you would faint. That these aren't ordinary souls.
Well, he's not talking about me, that's for sure. I don't know who he's talking about, but he always said the children were more advanced because they were taking birth earlier, or starting Krishna consciousness earlier. So they were more advanced than we were.
Wow. Because they didn't eat meat, drink alcohol.
Oh, yeah, they were born, they were continuing from their previous life.
Do you agree with that, Madhavi?
Well, of course, yeah. But then they may be bringing baggage with them too, and have to live through stuff that, I mean, we've seen a lot of our Gurukul children gone through a lot of stuff, and they have to work through stuff, and then whether or not they pursue their whole life, we don't know. But even so, even in their next life, they'll take an even higher beginning. I'm kind of I had a daughter die recently, so this is kind of close to home here, and she kind of left behind a lot of her Krishna consciousness, but in her last couple of years she was remembering in her mind all the time Prabhupada from the tapes I used to play. She was hearing Prabhupada all the time, and she was again trying to take shelter of Krishna. And so I know she had to suffer stuff this lifetime that she brought into this life, but she'll take up in her next life. She'll be free from all that, and she'll be able to advance more quickly in Krishna consciousness, and probably somewhere serving Prabhupada's movement.
How old was she?
41.
Oh, that must have been very difficult for you.
It's been kind of difficult, yeah.
But that's why you're taking care of Krishna Das. That's her son.
No, that daughter's here with me.
Oh, okay. You have a couple daughters.
Yeah, I have 3. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to see you, Prabhu, Madhavi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice to be here, and it's nice to have your association. Everyone here.
I'm glad you come.
I know that Madhavi appreciates Rupanuga Prabhu's association very much. She has told me.
I do. I'm very much like to hear, Prabhupada centered. I don't like all this changing and the new philosophies, let's say, all the debates and everything. I mean, I listen to them, and a lot of times I can hear stuff on one side and I can see where they're coming from, but at the same time, it still has to be through Prabhupada's vision, or else it doesn't mean anything to me,
Always good to feel we have that anchor with Srila Prabhupada and we can be grounded with him. There's so many influences today.
Yeah.
And Shuddha Sindhu has also gone through quite a bit of challenge with her son having been subjected to the medical industry. And that's why she hasn't been able to come as often as she's come in the past. And when her son was told to inject, I think it was a vaccination from before this whole rollout, he got some terrible reactions for that. So Shuddha Sindhu, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Yeah. So your son is recovering, he's doing okay?
The skin problem now is controlling as long he doesn't take any more vaccination. Yeah. And now the school forced him to wear face mask. So I withdraw him from the school. And then the school said if my son wants to wear only face shield, he must take vaccine at least 2 doses. So I withdraw him from the school, that's all. Then I made a complaint to the Ministry of Health through our NGO. And then even though they can't do anything, but at least I did something to let the school know you cannot just simply suppress me. I'm not stupid.
Good.
I must let the school know I'm not stupid. I know the law. You don't try to threaten me with vaccination or face mask.
Good. And when you tried to go to our ISKCON, I think it's Penang, Malaysia?
Yeah.
They told you you're not welcome unless you're double injected.
Yeah, that was earlier on lockdown. Yes, they said you're not vaccinated, you cannot enter the temple hall. You cannot join the festival. I cannot even join my own Guru Maharaj Vyasa Puja. So I don't go and join them.
Are you in Malaysia?
Yes.
I distributed books in Malaysia a long time ago as a brahmachari.
Oh, okay.
I actually did a lot of Prabhupada's books to Muslims because it's a Muslim country. I just walk right in the office dressed as a devotee.
Wow.
And give them the Bhagavad
Yeah,
Gita.
but I think these Muslim people that I know in NGOs, I think they have very strong faith in their Quran. They follow whatever the Quran said. They reject the injection. They fight against the injection. They even bring this case to the court to sue our own Ministry of Health.
Oh.
Minister, yeah, even though we cannot win, but at least they do something and to let the minister know that all these agent of Kali, to let them know that don't try to suppress the citizen. We are not stupid. We don't just sit down and listen to you. I think their faith in Quran is very, very strong and they apply the knowledge. And then why our devotees never apply the knowledge that Prabhupada teach? I was wondering.
Sounds to me like the Muslims have more faith in their Quran than many Hindus in the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, then our devotees have faith in what stated in the Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita. We don't have our devotees. We don't have that faith. From what I see from the group that I joined, NGO, I met them personally as well when they come over to the northern part to see all the members. They have very strong faith. They really fight against this vaccination. But we don't fight. Our devotees just accept the vaccination. They even force us to take the vaccine. Those living in the temple, they are forced to take. No choice.
Rupa, I'm gonna ask.
Those.
Yes, go on. Go on.
And then those Muslims working with the government, they are also forced to take the vaccine. But there are groups of NGOs and individual fighters and lawyers who knows the laws. They fight for them. They write letters to the Ministry of Health or whatever ministry that they work in. They are not supposed to. We have a right not to take the vaccine, and you cannot just dismiss us because we don't take the vaccine. The Muslim people, they are fighting against it. They're very good, very, very good. And they have very faith in their Quran. Whatever stated in the Quran, sometimes I read them, whatever they stated in the Quran, they follow it. They follow it and apply the knowledge. And then what I'm surprised is, I think our philosophy is very much better, but why our devotees never apply the knowledge?
That's a question
Maybe-
I have that question for Rupanuga Prabhu. How is it, Rupanuga Prabhu, that even though we have the highest, deepest theology, that we see that our Muslim brothers and sisters who theologically, it's quite impersonal compared to the depth of personalism and, the different rasas with Krishna, etc., etc. Why is it that Muslims appear to be they have much more faith in their tradition not to inject poison and filth into their bodies, but yet we've got, I don't know, maybe there's Muslim pharmaceutical makers too, probably, but I'm just wondering if you could comment on that, please.
They have faith
Well,
in
I don't
their
think
Quran.
it's a question. I don't think it's a question of faith. I think it's a question of science. Srila Prabhupada has, I have a list called Srila Prabhupada's Remedies, in which he says, of course, we must take care of our health, but before we go to the authorities, he's meaning allopathic path of medicine, I have a list here that you should try first, because there's no side effects and there's no harm. So he gives a long list in these 2 or 3 pages of remedies for all kinds of things, which can, if they're caught early enough, they can prevent, a chronic condition. So it's a question of knowledge, you see. And if the leaders of ISKCON had taken the trouble to take the hint from Srila Prabhupada that this age is very dangerous because society is being managed by demons and rakshasas, they took that literally. Understand that there's an influence of these persons in every facet of society, including the medical society. If they took that warning from the 7th canto, the 3rd chapter, 13th verse, that he says, at present, this world is being managed by the rakshasas. The rakshasas are man-eaters, eat their own sons. And at present, especially on this planet Earth, the influence of Lord Brahma has decreased considerably, and the representatives of Hiranyakashipu, the Rakshasas and demons, have taken charge. Therefore, there is no protection of rabbinical culture and cows, which are the basic prerequisites for all kinds of good fortune. This age is very dangerous because society is being managed by demons and Rakshasas. That's from the 7th canto, 3rd chapter. So, Srila Prabhupada is warning us in his books, his Shastra, that society is being managed by Rakshasas and demons. Do we expect, or can we expect, that anything rolled out on a global level is for our good? Common sense. If they're in
Excellent.
charge and whatever is rolled out is not for our good and should be examined as such. So if anybody does any research on these jabs, they would find out the contents are prohibited. Srila Prabhupada himself took vaccination a couple of times when he had to enter a country, or during the Hong Kong flu, the devotees recommended, and Srila Prabhupada took. But in those days, vaccines went through years of preparation and testing before they were released to the public. And if there were thousands of, shall we say, side effects that have been recorded, even by official documentary, it would have been taken right off the market.
Excellent.
But right now, these things are a whole different technology, much different than previous vaccines, much different.
And the temple president here, they use this as a justification for everyone to take this COVID vaccination.
Yeah, well,
I think it's wrong. The previous
is
vaccine
totally
and
wrong.
this current vaccine is totally different. And then whatever stated in Canto 7, yes, we know about it, but they don't apply it. But whatever is stated in the Al-Quran, I read their Al-Quran sometimes when they post, and they follow it. Whatever is written in the Al-Quran is how to say, it is applicable in this Kali Yuga age. And it's quite the same as whatever I understand from Srimad Bhagavatam. So the Muslim, they apply it. Even their priests, they spoke against this vaccine. They go against this vaccine. They write to the government that they cannot force us to take the vaccine. What I'm trying to say, they apply what is written in the Quran, in their Quran, because I read sometimes their Quran, and then they apply the knowledge. And then of course they also research both what's the ingredient in the vaccine, the Muslim people.
Well,
but how come our devotees, we should, where's the intelligence? Why our devotees never go and research and they just accept blindly what the government say?
Well,
and why the Muslim, they research and they have strong faith in the Quran, whatever the Quran said, what is coming in this Kali Yuga age, they apply the knowledge. They don't take the vaccine. They oppose it very much.
Well, what you're doing is you're making a comparison. Srila Prabhupada was a comparison preacher also. You're saying that on the Muslim side, they follow their Shastra. And I'm saying that on this side, I just read to you a quotation from our Shastra, Bhagavatam, and yet this is ignored. That's the difference that's being made here. That's the difference. It is a question of faith, but it's also a question of profound of knowledge. It just means that they are not familiar with this or have ignored it, the importance of it. When you consider that this is Kali Yuga, and Srila Prabhupada is saying the Rakshasas have been in control, and that means for some time. We're talking about for centuries. This is Kali Yuga, and this is the day that the Rakshasas have their way. And it's sanctioned by Krishna because that's what happens in Kali Yuga. The Rakshasas take control. But at the same time, we cannot be foolish and come under the jurisdiction of such persons, and in one sense, and then shall we say, ignore our own guidance, our own Shastra from Srila Prabhupada. This statement I just read to you covers it all, and anyone should be very suspicious about anything on a global level that's rolling out as good for people, whether it's a vaccination or an educational system or whatever it may be. It has to be under suspicion, because the Rakshasas are in charge. If someone believes that statement as literal, then they're all the lights as literal, then they would act upon it. If they don't think it's literal or they ignore it, then they won't act upon it. See? So if one has read this, it should have stuck it out, especially if a leader reads this, would see, my goodness, this is a warning, and think about what I have to do to protect the
I understand. I read about this. I agree to this statement, and I know about this statement. I believe in this statement. What I'm trying to say, why our devotees never believe in this statement, that's only my concern.
Maybe they didn't read it, or there's a lot of talk now, well, Srila Prabhupada was speaking at a different time and science wasn't so advanced, and there's so many other different excuses given for not taking him literally, you see. If you take Srila Prabhupada literally, you can't help but be protected under so many circumstances.
Yes, that's a very good point. Thank you. When I joined Prabhupada's movement in the early 70s, I took every word that he said literally. Now, if you quote Prabhupada to devotees on Facebook, the younger devotees argue with you. It's incredible. As a Prabhupada disciple, it's almost impossible to preach, because when we repeat Prabhupada's words literally, then devotees pick a fight with us. It's unnerving that they don't have the faith to take Prabhupada's word literally, because either they don't understand, or those people who are supposed to be their gurus or leaders are not taking Prabhupada literally, so they're just following that same mood.
I think the problem is that Srila Prabhupada's position has not been made clear and passed down significantly. For example, Srila Prabhupada does not have the 4 defects of a conditioned soul.
Exactly.
That makes what he says literally the truth. It makes him literally infallible. So this word we never used, Srila Prabhupada never used the word infallible, but to me that is example or exemplifies Srila Prabhupada's position, that he was infallible. And that included when he made comments about mundane affairs, about politics. If you go back and read the earlier Bhagavad Gita, BTGs from the 40s. Srila Prabhupada was very much up on all kinds of geopolitics and would refer to them as examples, as contrasts to Sanatana Dharma. And he would give so many examples. It was clear that he was studying Vidya and Avidya side by side. If that is the mood of studying Vidya and Avidya side by side in order to preach anyway, then one has to take the Avidya side very seriously and understand that it does, if one ignores it, it can affect one's devotional service. For example, Srila Prabhupada said we must be in good health. So one has to guard their health. He's explaining the four different things in order. Was one, first take care of one's health, then chanting, and then after that, seva, and then after that, reading. Those are the four things in order he gave for the affairs of devotees in that order. And health came first, because if one's not in good health, how can they pursue their devotional practices? So the good health was always, you'll find lectures sometimes where Srila Prabhupada starts talking to the devotees about their health. One time there was a lot of coughing in a Bhagavatam class in Los Angeles. And Srila Prabhupada stops and says, why is everyone coughing? Don't you have adequate cloth? What is the difficulty? And he starts lecturing on taking care of health right in the middle of the Bhagavatam class for the rest of the class. So taking care of health is the responsibility of leadership. The leadership is supposed to see devotees are healthy, right? And to do that, they have to understand something about medical practices. They don't have to be experts, but they have to know at least what the purpose is, what's behind it, and if there's any danger to it, if there's any risk to it. But if you start asking devotees to play Russian roulette, that's not leadership.
Yeah, when there's no discrimination, it's dangerous.
So that's the answer to the question the devotees have been asking as to why they're not, because they don't know. They have a poor fund of knowledge. They do not take the statement I read to you seriously enough to apply it in the modern world. You understand? Much of the great purpose of reading, hearing Srila Prabhupada preach from Shastra is to apply it today. Not that it's something that happened, in days of yore, but what references, what reasoning, what purpose does it have for us to know it now? Otherwise, if there was no purpose, what's the point in studying? So we have to learn how to apply this knowledge to the present world. That's what leadership
that is my question. Devotees are not applying, even the temple president, they are not applying the knowledge. They even ask us to take the vaccine. They even support the vaccination and so on. That's only my question.
Yes.
They're not applying the knowledge.
The question is why they're doing it. Why are they doing it? Okay, why? So look, always has to do with, this is my opinion, there's too much of a conception of assimilation to modern society, to be accepted, to be realized as nice, sane people. We have a real message and all that, to be kind of like, it's almost like a secularization, you see. We want to be accepted. And there's also money involved. Money is being sent to religious organizations, given to religious organizations by governments for participating in this rollout all around the planet. And there are devotees in India who are professional physicians who are backing this up and telling devotees you should take the jab. Why are they doing this? Well, if you look in the background, you'll find out that the government is awarding money, not only in India, but in America. They're giving money to religious organizations to push on the jab to their congregations.
Exactly. 100%.
So these kinds of things are happening, and unless the devotees are alert as to the real situation by studying Shastra, understanding what's happening in this world because they know the Shastra is explaining everything, then how are they going to be in a position to protect the devotees? It's not that Srila Prabhupada didn't leave us the knowledge. He left us the knowledge. He gave us all the guidance. He gave us the logic and reasoning how to live in this world according to his guidance and instructions, how to apply it in a practical way. This bhakti yoga is a science, and it's applicable now just as it was millions of years ago. It can be easily adapted to modern world.
I understand this one. Yeah.
Is that
What I-
Only ask the management don't apply. Like you
What I-
say, maybe they get money from the government. Yeah, maybe.
What I don't understand, Rupanuga Prabhu, and I'm speaking with all, I offer my Dandavat pranams to all these great souls, but over the last 2 years, I've watched dedicated godbrothers from Indradumna Swami, B.B. Govinda Swami, Hridayananda Maharaj, Bira Krishna Maharaj, Vaisheshika Prabhu, Radhanath Maharaj. The list goes on, and they're all appearing in Dandavats.com or ISKCON News saying, and according to my conclusion and research, taking the vaccines is the best decision for me. And I'm thinking, what kind of research are you listening to come to that? And not only that, but these are all scholars of Prabhupada's books. They would know, what is it, 7:7:13? Is that the verse? Canto 7?
7:3:13.
7:7:13?
7:3:13.
7:3:13. Okay, they know this verse. They know this verse way better than me. They probably even know the Sanskrit to it. But I'm just like, I'm not understanding. How come they're not making a connection that these Rakshasas that are running the world, because I'm thinking, I guess it's because pharmaceuticals have become so normalized in modern society that they're all considered kind of like benign, or maybe there'll be some side effects. One GBC explained to me that the reason why one of those godbrothers I mentioned took it is because he had cancer, and because he took some pharmaceuticals that seemed to have cured his cancer. So, do you see? I'm trying to understand the logic. So I guess you can see that logic, right? Some devotees would swear, "Oh, I took pharmaceuticals, and that's why I'm still alive today. So therefore, let me take the jabs too." Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you make it very complicated, but the real point is they don't, either one of two things. One, they don't know about this. They never read it. Or two, they did and don't pay attention to it. They don't consider it relevant to the modern times. The knowledge is there. It's there in Rajavidya. It's there in the 7th canto. To be suspicious about these things, because if the Rakshasas are in control, they have to believe in what Srila Prabhupada says. Now, there's a phrase that a woman who claims to love her husband but is disobedient, who will believe it?
Huh.
So we hear so much about loving Srila Prabhupada, but what is the proof? Obedience. And what is the proof? Obedience now, especially Srila Prabhupada disappeared 40-some years ago. What's the proof of obedience to Srila Prabhupada? Follow his orders, follow his instructions, study his books, live by the books, teach by the books, educate by the books. That is the test of love. Srila Prabhupada Vani, sticking to the Vani, taking it literally, living by it, governing by it, explaining by it, educating by it, taking it seriously, taking it literally. That is a sign of love now. How much people love Srila Prabhupada Vani, how much they are obedient to Srila Prabhupada's instructions. People who claim to love God, for example, Srila Prabhupada says, how you say you love God, but you're disobedient. So who is going to believe it? So my, should we say, extreme conclusion is there's a lack of love for Srila Prabhupada. Not that there's no love, but not enough.
Mm-hmm.
To be more concerned about, as concerned about others than you are yourself. And you have to have that mentality when you're a leader. When you're a leader, you have to care about the other devotees as much as yourself, or more than yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it means to be a leader in the Hare Krishna movement. And that's what it meant to be a leader, at least according to my memory.
Rupanuga Prabhu,
was here. To be as concerned about the welfare of the devotees as you are about your own,
Yes.
And if you're really dedicated or serious about it, even more so than your own, you'll take more concern about the other devotees because that's your service. Your service is to help. Your service as a leader is to help others in their service to Srila Prabhupada, to give facility to their service to Srila Prabhupada. And that means to see they're in good health, they're protected, all that. That's the answer to this question. And there's no other connection with it, that there's a lack of faith in the instructions that Srila Prabhupada has left us.
Yes, that's the point I wanted to mention. You said not that there's no love, but there's not enough love. But I actually see a blatant lack of faith in Srila Prabhupada's exact words by some leaders. And this is misdirecting and misguiding devotees, and sometimes into a disastrous situation where they put their lives at risk by taking experimental drugs that is not even a vaccine. They've openly admitted this is not a vaccine, and nobody's listening. People just gloss over this. It's openly, they say it's not a vaccine. I mean, and then at the same time they say it's not a vaccine, they say it's a vaccine. They say both to confuse people. So when you see this kind of demoniac behavior, it's like a red flag. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. You said it's a vaccine, and you said it's not a vaccine, and then you said it's experimental. And then you look at the ingredients, like when Sunanda did his presentation of the ingredients, it's absolutely horrific what they're putting into this thing, because it goes into your body and it's permanent. Once you've taken it, you can't take it out. That's the scary part. And not just that, the reactions that you may get, whether it's injuries, personal injury, or death, doesn't have to come necessarily a couple days or a couple weeks later. The experts that are honest, they're saying a couple of years later after you take the shots, you can get serious reactions and die. It's not necessarily a week or a month or a couple of months later. And they know what they're talking about. And these people are getting censured, even their lives are even being threatened.
Well, the plan is because it happens so much several years later than the ejection, the connection won't be made.
Exactly. And they know.
Blamed on a new variant.
That's right. And now they're talking about the monkey virus. These people are insane. They're really on a roll. They really want to do some serious damage.
This is all scripted. This is all planned out. The Marburg, they're planning another lockdown. This isn't the last that we've seen of this. They've got plans.
Yeah, well, but we also have to look at things from the point of Shastra all the way. We can't just look at part of Shastra and reject the rest. Srila Prabhupada explains that when the world, I'll put it in my own terms, when the world becomes a killing field, that every year billions of land creatures or land animals and sea creatures and children are all slaughtered, and by the billions on this planet. That unlike Lord Buddha's time, when the slaughterhouses were in a greater India than today, but still they didn't cover the planet. Now they cover the whole planet. Everywhere there's a slaughterhouse for something. And as long as these slaughterhouses go on, the karma will go on. It's been going on now for centuries. The time has come for Mother Nature's response. So this is happening on a grand scale because everybody's involved. For example, in the killing of a cow, there's 8 people that take the same karma as the person who raised it, the person who slaughtered the cow, the person who sells, the person who buys, the person who cooks, the person who eats. All these 8 people share the same karma. So that literally, as far as America goes and Europe goes, practically implicates the whole population. When you think about it, all the children that don't know what they're eating, but they're still implicated. So all this is covering the planet Then you have all the billions of chickens. I say billions of chickens every year they kill. What to speak of the abortions? There were 43 million abortions, according to reliable sources last year. And that doesn't include all the ones by chemicals or mechanical means. That includes surgical. So the abortion rate is much higher than that. So do you think, as Prabhupada says, there's going to be peace and prosperity in such a world? There can be no peace. We were reading earlier, Chena Chek Chena Bom Chita. You can't have peace in such a world. You can't. And so there won't be, as long as the sinful activities continue. So let us get used to it in the sense that we have to make adjustments in how we preach and how we take care of ourselves and those on our charge. We have to be careful, like Srila Prabhupada says. It is very dangerous. This age is very dangerous because society is being managed by demons and Rakshasa. Krishna will protect us because we're preaching. Krishna will protect us because we're trying to encourage and go on with our own devotional service. So we will get protection. But at the same time, we have to be cautious. If it's raining, you go out, you put an umbrella up. Or you just walk out and get soaking wet. You can say you can't control the rain, but you can put up an umbrella. So similarly, for all these things that are coming down to the people, we can't stop it. We can't close the slaughterhouses, but we have to take precautions. We have to be on guard, and we have to warn others about what is sinful activity. The people in this country and the world, they don't know what sinful activity is. If they didn't hear it from us, they wouldn't know about the regulative principles. They would know about the principles of religion, about mercy, about cleanliness. They would know about these things if they didn't hear it from us. So we have to preach. We have to preach, but you have to be on guard at the same time. Just like if it's raining, you put your umbrella up. You know, we can't stop these rocks. We're not big enough, strong enough to stop them. We can't do it. It's up to Krishna. It's up to him. He's in charge. This is his Kali Yuga. He designed it like this. He's letting them do that for a reason. But we can't stop it. It's up to Lord Krishna. But we don't have to cooperate with it. We don't have to enforce it. We don't have to spread it. We have to use our intelligence. And that's the problem. That's the problem. A lack of intelligence means a lack of devotion. That's my opinion. A lack of use of Srila Prabhupada's knowledge and his lectures, like this purport that I read to you, that is negligence. That is negligence. And it gets to the point of criminality when you're dealing with people's lives. When you're dealing with the lives and the health of devotees, you're dealing with serious matter. Not dealing just with ordinary people, you're dealing with people who are trying to get out of this material world, who are trying to understand who Krishna is, who are trying to spread the knowledge of Krishna. You're dealing with people who are a little special, and yet you don't take precautions for their health. And yet you don't try to protect them from these rakshasas that are explained in Shastra. That's not leadership. That is not leadership. That is criminal. That is criminal.
That's criminal. And I'll paraphrase what our godbrother Pragoshdas, he's Irish American, a longtime book distributor. We all know him from New York. I'll paraphrase what he said about the vaccine. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Gaura. He said, to the people that are forcing this vaccine on other people and on devotees, he said, "Thank you, but no thank you. What do you say? I reject your proposal to kill me."
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, but no thank you. As a devotee, he's speaking. Thank you, but no thank you. I reject your proposal to kill me, which is actually what they're doing with these vaccines and other things.
The point is, we live in this material world of karma and vikarma. We live in, but we're not of it. We're not of it. We're not intended to be of. We live in it, but we're not governed by the laws of karma and vikarma. We are governed by the laws of naishkarma, where there's no karmic reaction to our work. If we're sincerely performing devotional service, then we're not going to be accumulating karma. So we don't have to react. We don't have to be part of the comic rollout that's happening in the world today. It all has to do with sinful activities. That's what it's all about. It's a godless civilization, and a godless civilization brings upon itself the very things that are happening. It's by the laws of nature. Right?
I have a question for Rupanuga Prabhu. Okay, so we were not naming names, but this Mataji from Malaysia, she's talking about what the temple managers and president is insisting that people have to take the vax or they can't enter the temple. So for the devotees in leadership positions, whether it's a temple president or a GBC or a guru, and they take the same stand as what this Mataji is talking about. Oh, you can't come to the temple, you can't come to the festival unless you have proof of you've taken a vaccine and then a booster and then another booster, et cetera, et cetera. Are these, can we understand that all those people are senior and leaders, that they're committing serious sinful activities and they're actually getting themselves involved in serious karma by putting devotees in a situation where they're endangering their life?
They're criminals.
Yeah, that's heavy, but that's my position. They're criminal, but in the view of the devotees, they're spiritual leaders. So when we say something like they're criminals, whoa, I mean that kind of like there's no black and white. We've just laid it on the line, and it's going to upset a lot of devotees when they hear it.
Yes.
It's going to really upset most of the population of ISKCON, because these devotees, these younger devotees, they're initiated by these criminals. It really it's going to cause a scandal.
No, you know what it really boils down to? Srila Prabhupada is the founder of Charya.
Yeah.
He's the ultimate spiritual authority in the lives of every devotee. They have to make a choice. Are they going to follow Srila Prabhupada, or are they going to follow somebody else? If somebody else is so much different in their instructions than Srila Prabhupada, and then don't follow them. It's that simple. You don't follow them. Just like this translation I read to you. It's so clear. Srila Prabhupada's warning the whole movement that the world is being controlled by Rakshasas at this point in Kali Yuga. And that it has to be, if that's taken literally, then a leader automatically knows how to apply this in a practical way. If a global rollout comes down on any level, he has to look at it with suspicion and investigate it. Exactly. And see to what degree it is truthful, to what degree it is actually good for people, to what degree is actually the purpose of it. And if he does that, he will come to the same conclusion that Srila Prabhupada says. The world's controlled by Rakshasas and demons. And he'll come to the conclusion that therefore this is under their control. So it can't be good. Let us look into it, put it under the microscope. Let us see what scientists and physicians who are practicing say about these things before we tell people to take it.
Yeah, so when I've actually seen devotees online actually say, I've taken the vax and it's Krishna's mercy. And I'm like, oh my God, wow, I can't handle it. What do you mean?
Someone said the jabs are Nishinga incarnate.
Exactly.
And then
I just can't handle it. I was
but he withdrew that later and said he was just joking. But that's like New York Times publishing something and doing a retraction. Nobody ever hears a retraction. They just hear what they say. See, the retraction's on page 30. Right?
Actually, he never retracted saying that Lord Nrsingadev come to protect us he's invented as the vaccination to protect us. That he never retracted. What he retracted was he told his medical doctor disciple, I want you to go back to that Mirwambala farm with a bunch of vaccines. I want you to tie up those devotees if that's what it takes, and I want you to vaccinate them. That's what he later said. Oh, yeah, I was just joking.
What do you call it? You call that lording it over.
Yeah.
Lording it over without reason, without authority, without common sense. It's just lording it over for the sake of lording it over. It's like Srila Prabhupada said about Americans and Europeans, I would assume. You Americans would walk on your hands if you could be different. So this is the way authority is treated. You see, you can't be different from me. You have to follow what I say because I'm a sannyasi, because I'm a guru, because I'm a senior disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Whatever authority you have behind you, you say you have to follow me. Why? Because I'm right. Why am I right? Because I'm me. Why are you right? Well, you're me what? I'm wearing saffron. Oh, you're wearing saffron. I'm a guru. You're a guru. So everything you say comes out of your mouth is correct? Yes. That's not the truth. It's not the truth. It's not the truth. The truth is that we're all Madhyam Adhikaris. We're not perfect. We're not Uttama Adhikaris. And the only way that we're going to function on a good Madhyam Adhikari level, which is the continuum that goes from the lower level to the higher level, is to stick to Srila Prabhupada's instructions. That way, it's like Srila Prabhupada said, he said himself, I am not perfect, but I can give perfect knowledge. So that's the position. We have to give perfect knowledge. And that perfect knowledge we get from Srila Prabhupada. We can't figure it out ourselves. That's what purport's all about. If we could understand the verses, there wouldn't be any purports. But because we can't understand the verses, or to make sure we understand the verses, the Srila Prabhupada gives a purport. So he gives us a purport about Kali Yuga. He says it. This is dangerous. This is dangerous because society is being managed by demons and rakshasas. Hello, where's the red light? Where's the red light blinking? Where is the caution that comes to the mind of any leader, of anyone? Anybody that have a brain? Where is the red light turning on in the consciousness? Wait a minute. That's a powerful statement Srila Prabhupada is making. How do I understand this applying right now?
Right. Now you said don't follow them if they're misguiding. However, it's not so black and white because someone who's doing, incredible encouragement for book distribution, someone who's a wonderful kirtaneer, someone who really knows how to enliven the devotees may also be taking the job and tells others that it's the best thing for him. So you don't throw.
Prabhupada gives an example about these professors. And they say, well, we don't care about his personal life. We care about what he's teaching. He said, we don't live that. We don't go by that. We don't go by, it doesn't matter what his personal life is about. It's what he teaches. So it's not a question of what is being said. It's about the character of the person. And how do you judge the character of a person in the movement? Or certainly they don't use it in ISKCON, but in the Hare Krishna movement, how do you judge a character? By what? Yeah. What is your standard? Your standard is the standard of parampara. Your standard is the parampara acharya, the present parampara acharya, the acharya of ISKCON, the founder of acharya. He gives the standard. He gives the standard. We don't know anything. We're born stupid. We're born ignorant. We're born in the mode of ignorance. We're born Shudra. Everyone, even Satyayuga was born Shudra. Everybody has to be trained by what? Shastra. By persons who live Shastra, by persons who understand Shastra, by persons who can translate it into English, into German, into French, by persons who understand what Shastra means below the grammar level. So we have to follow a person like Srila Prabhupada who's telling us here, watch out, watch out. The demons are in charge. Krishna will protect you, but use your brain. Use your brain. If it's raining, put the umbrella up. Act in such a way to protect yourself and the devotees. If you get sick, you take medicine. If you're ignorant, you get knowledge. So what's the problem here? The problem boils down simply to faith. Faith and obedience at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. We shouldn't think that we shouldn't hardly know anything except we learned from Srila Prabhupada. We didn't know anything. So whatever we know, whatever we are, is the Srila Prabhupada's grace. So we have to we can't go to Bhagavad Gita and we say, we accept second chapter, we reject the 12th chapter. We can't do that. We can't say, well, Srila Prabhupada said this, was good for that, and times have changed. This is all nonsense. The truth doesn't change. Is birth, death, old age, and disease any different now than the Satya Yuga? People lived longer, they died longer. What? Yeah, birth, death, old age, and disease hasn't changed, nor has the philosophy of the world to deal with it. And Srila Prabhupada gives it in such a way that we can deal with it now. If we don't have full faith in Srila Prabhupada, then we're going to be in trouble. And that's the problem. Devotees are in trouble because Srila Prabhupada is in conflict with their leadership, or their leadership is in conflict with Srila Prabhupada. That's the problem. The leadership is not following Srila Prabhupada's warnings or his explanations of the world and how to apply it to protect the devotees. They don't follow that. Do you see?
Yeah.
Therefore, I'm saying that the Hare Krishna movement and ISKCON have become two different entities.
Yeah.
I joined the Hare Krishna movement that Srila Prabhupada brought from India. And I'm still part of that movement. And I'm not part of ISKCON. If I were, I'd get a jab.
That's the new initiation. The new initiation is like first initiation, second initiation, and then sannyas. Now it's first jab, second jab, and then the booster.
You know what? It's become like a test of loyalty. I talked to a person who was a devotee, actually, who was in special courses. He had to eat a roach. They made him eat a roach.
Oh, yuck.
They made him eat a roach. Why? Because they were intimidating to make sure he would follow leadership. So all this thing is take a jab. I'm your leader. I'm saying so. Take a jab. I took a jab. One person I know who took a jab told me personally. He took his name off the list of leaders who was condoning a jab. He took his name off the list. And he said to me personally, he said, I wouldn't recommend anybody take this, because he had a reaction. And after he had a reaction, he took himself off the list and said, I won't recognize, I'm not going to recommend this. It's up to, but he still towed the line when he said, I leave it up to them. No, that's not it. You don't leave it up to them. You don't leave it up to a dependent. You tell them, don't do this. This is not good for you. You don't say it's up to you whether you take the jab or not. That's a cop out. That is a flight from responsibility.
That's like saying I keep heroin around my house and I leave it up to my kids whether they take it or not.
You know, that's the dependent. You have to have a certain attitude toward your dependent, that you have to be concerned about them. You have to love them. It's like Srila Prabhupada said about teachers in the Gurukul. If they don't love the students, they shouldn't teach. Well, if a guru doesn't love his disciples, he shouldn't initiate. If a leader doesn't love his followers, he shouldn't lead. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense.
100%. The leadership's duty is to be transparent mediums of Srila Prabhupada, cent percent. And when they deviate from cent percent, then we got controversy. Then we have contradictions. There should be no contradiction between what any leader in ISKCON says and what Srila Prabhupada says. And when there's a contradiction, somebody's wrong, and it isn't Srila Prabhupada. You see, if they don't agree with Prabhupada, they make all kinds of excuses. Oh, Prabhupada meant this. He didn't mean this. He meant this. And then you know, you can do that with anything. You can take somebody's words and twist it to verify your agenda.
Prabhupada took vaccinations.
Exactly. That's the point. They can say any damn thing to verify their, what they want. But to take Prabhupada literally, that's a big problem. A lot of senior devotees are not taking Prabhupada literally when they preach.
All the way from Sridham Mayapur, we have our godbrother Ridha Prabhu, and Ridha Prabhu has been observing all of this. We have the Bhaktivedanta Hospital in Sridham Mayapur. I've heard that they had advertisements in our Mayapur campus where they were inviting devotees to come and take the jabs. Is that correct, Ridha Prabhu?
Unfortunately, yes. Yes, that's the case, I believe. I actually went there for something else one day, and they went in their droves. It's a very sad situation. First of all, I'd like to offer my respects to Rupanuga and all the assembled devotees. And I have a lot of respect for Rupanuga. I first came in contact with him, I think, when the Vancouver traveling party passed through Brooklyn in 1974. Rupanuga was just coming back from Vrindavan as a sannyasi. and he gave a wonderful little darshan for our group. And I practically remember everything he said. He was so revealing and humble and learned. And in the mood of Vrindavan, he shared with us all his experiences, and I never forgot that. So, and recently I also had a little pastime where one devotee called Krishna Kumari recalled in her memories how he was in Atlanta and met with her parents who had come to take her away from ISKCON. She had come up from Gainesville, and Rupanuga so expertly and politely and counseled the parents, and the parents became completely appeased and completely at peace because of Rupanuga's intervention, because he knew the issues at hand. Of course, he's a social worker previously, etc. So he was very expert at dealing with disturbed parents. So that she said she's going to publicize that and put it in her memories. But every time I hear anything about Rupanuga, whether it was a Maharaj or Prabhu, and I'm very, 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 very sad to hear that they will not let him give class in Alachua. I'm very, very upset about that.
Well, I heard that it's not that they won't let him give class, but he wants to give class from the books that he wants to give class from. Is that correct, Rupanuga?
Yeah, they haven't refused me personally, and I haven't asked them, and I won't ask them, because I know that my books are banned. And so if my books are banned, I'm banned. My books are Srila Prabhupada's books. I don't have any books. My books are Srila Prabhupada's books. If they're banned, I'm banned. I mean, I've had enough. I went there. It was almost a compromise for me to even go there. But finally, I decided, well, I don't have to go. I have Srila Prabhupada here. I have all his books here. I have my little Radha Krishna deities. I have my friends. I mean, I don't have to follow persons who are committing such an offense to Srila Prabhupada by denigrating, downgrading his original books. And I just can't accept that, because the mistakes they find in Bhagavad Gita were there from 72 to 77, and nobody did anything about it. Nobody approached Srila Prabhupada, including the editors. They were all writing, reading, preaching, writing essays on those books. Nobody came forward with a single suggestion to Srila Prabhupada about changing anything, and waited for 5 years until after he disappeared before they did it en masse. Hundreds and hundreds of changes in the book, and many of them I've gone through it myself pretty thoroughly and found that many of them were absolutely useless. And some of them could be argued, well, this is like a typo. Planet of the Trees. Oh, that's a transcription error. That's not a big deal. And any editor would correct that. Why did they make a big deal of Planet of the Trees? Exactly. So I mean, this is simple, simple common sense. But when you the same attitude towards Srila Prabhupada's books has spread over to everything, whether it's deity worship standards, whether it's the standards of the devotees, living conditions, whatever it is. Once you take freedom with Srila Prabhupada's Shastras, anything goes. Anything goes. If you can change those books unnecessarily, then you can make any changes. Because that's Srila Prabhupada Bani. Srila Prabhupada never went anywhere. He never went anywhere. He simply transferred all of his empowerment, all of his compassion, all of his certainty of the Shastra into Bani. So it's Srila Prabhupada Bani, which is equal to Srila Prabhupada Bapu. That has to be understood. That he never went. He's just completely in his teachings, completely in his books. And therefore, they have to be treated like we treated him. We can't afford to offend them. These books are literary incarnations, Srila Prabhupada said. They are literary incarnations. They have to be treated with respect. So in the verses, you've got Sukadeva Goswami, Siddha Goswami, you've got Lord Krishna, and in the purports, you've got Srila Prabhupada. You can't offend either one. Well, and that's Srila Prabhupada Bani, a combination of Krishna and Sukadeva Goswami and Sudha Goswami and Sri Isopanishad and all of these great personalities combined with Srila Prabhupada's explanation. It can't be beat, and it can't be separated. And it has to be treated with utmost respect. That's the requirement. That is the requirement to be Krishna conscious. And anybody who thinks they can be Krishna conscious without being respecting Srila Prabhupada's body is illusion.
Now, I mean, I totally agree with you. I totally respect and agree with what you said. You're Srila Prabhupada's dedicated disciple right from the beginning, from the very early days. So they need to really listen to you at the need to. Your darshan should be broadcast in a more extended way, in my estimation, because you're speaking the truth, and you can't beat that. You can't beat that. And coming from the source, somebody who was intimately connected with Srila Prabhupada.
But anybody,
and,
anybody
it's
can
obvious.
But anybody can be a transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada. Anyone. It's a question of being a transparent medium. Don't change anything. Like you said, my only credit is I never changed anything and I never cheated anyone. So every disciple should be able to say that about Srila Prabhupada, about the Parampara. Every disciple should be able to say that in good conscience, that I'm not changed anything and I'm not cheating anybody.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're dealing with the aftermath of what happened in 1977.
Yes.
Even prior to Prabhupada's departure, they were already dumping the tapes, sidelining his instructions. And immediately, Prabhupada said, no Vyasa sons for the Rittvik initiators, the people who were supposed to initiate on his behalf as an officiator. So Prabhupada said, my disciples will not like this. Do not do it. And what did they do? They immediately disobeyed him. So right from day one, there was disobedience. And I can remember when it all happened, and the rest is history. It was despicable. It was ugly right from day one, as soon as he departed. And even while he was there in the last year, certain things were going on behind the scenes to disempower. It's really ugly. It's very, very ugly.
I'd just like to interject for a moment, if I may. Vasant Prabhu, who's listening in, he'd love to be here, but he's serving our godbrother Vaikuntanath, who has Parkinson's disease. But he's written in, how is it that Mr. Ajay Pirimal, the $5 billion net worth big pharma maker in India, how is it that he's been allowed to have such great influence on our GBC members? And how is it that our senior men would not object to this untested science when traditional remedies have worked so well, specifically ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine in New Delhi over 2021? The key point, the failure of the medical community to seek review and apply alternatives to treatment as very successfully applied in India. Isn't this what science is all about? The duty of science is exploring all options to achieve a better result, not merely the best business model. If COVID can be successfully treated with a 90% plus recovery rate in New Delhi, then why are we not doing so here in our ISKCON?
Corruption. It's corruption.
Yeah, that's the only word to describe.
You're studying the symptoms instead of the disease. You're talking about the things that are symptoms of neglect, but it's the neglect itself that is the problem. With the neglect, it's like there's a disease, there are going to be symptoms. The symptoms are not the problem. It's the cause that has to be treated, as well as the symptoms, not just the symptoms. See? So we keep tracing it back to the cause of not being a transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada. I mean, that is the cause. And everything flows from that.
Vasant Prabhu is asking, what has the GBC allowed to enter our society? There will be a lot of damage from this in the years ahead. This was avoidable, actually, by holding on to the feet of Srila Prabhupada.
The Rakshasas have infiltrated every phase of society. They infiltrated this movement, I should say, the ISKCON years ago. Why do you think the 55th Street temple in New York was sold? Why do you think the temple on the boardwalk in Miami, a beautiful building, had wonderful restaurant? Why was that sold? Why? Because there's influence from outside the movement. These things were not approved by Srila Prabhupada. He was so happy to sit on the top on that roof. I sat there with him on that roof at 55th Street in Miami, and he was gazing at the Empire State Building. This was his Empire State Building. This was his statement. And on the side it said Hare Krishna, and they were having off-Broadway plays there where people came to watch the devotees perform transcendental, I mean, really transcendental plays, and they loved it. So we had it. We've been infiltrated from a long time, and it's worked its way to the top. That's the answer. How to get there? They got there gradually. Now, some people knew that they were representing, but some people didn't. Some people were just doing it. They didn't know that they were just like, if you walk up to a person on the street and say, sir, you're in Maya. Do you realize you're illusion? You're not your body. The person will think you're crazy. This man's crazy. Call a straitjacket. So the people who are like under the control or influence of the Rakshasas and their minions and the demons, they don't always realize to what degree they're implicated. But if there's ambition, if there's desire for profit, adoration, distinction, they're vulnerable. Just like the Christians say, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Right.
But that's the problem.
So it seems like I accept what you're saying. I mean, it's obvious there's sabotage that's been taken place on a high level. I mean, as you said, gradually from the sale of Chaitanya College, which was a historic property, huge amount of acreage, the sale of the Manhattan place, and the list goes on and on and on. And that's how they're disempowering, by taking away our opulence and our achievements. That's how they're doing it. It's
So
very,
the question arises, my dear godbrother, as to what do we do? What do Srila Prabhupada's disciples who are still alive and kicking, what do they do? What are they supposed to do as persons who are committed to follow Srila Prabhupada and to spread his teachings to the world? What do we do? We don't want to attract people to join a corrupt organization. We don't want them to join a society that has to have a CPO, an organization to protect the children from its own members. What kind of who with children would want to join such a society? You have to have a protection of the children from its own adult members. That's ridiculous. But this is going on. You see. So the question remains: is what do those of us who are still alive and kicking? What do we do for Srila Prabhupada under the circumstances? Given that his ISKCON has been hijacked to the greatest degree, as far as we can see, and there's not enough left for reform. So what do we do? In other words, as disciples of Srila Prabhupada, what is our principal duty to him? It would seem to me to be to spread his teachings. That we as disciples, our main duty to our Guru Maharaj, to our spiritual master Srila Prabhupada, is to share our teachings with other conditioned souls. Now, if that's our main duty, we should be thinking as his disciples, direct disciples, how to do that now. What we should be doing in spite of all the stuff we talk about, in spite of all the faults we can find, in spite of all discrepancies and corruption, which we can discuss till the end of time. It goes on and on. It's been going on for decades. It's been going on for decades. It's just gotten worse. It's gotten more obvious, just like the Rakshasa rollouts getting more and more obvious to people, at least the saner section. My question is, this is what I want to leave everybody with, to think about. What do we do as individuals about our obligation to share Srila Prabhupada's teachings with the rest of the conditioned souls? What do we do under the circumstances? We should think about that because that's our problem. We're preachers. We're preachers.
Yeah.
We're supposed to preach. I don't care who we are, whether we're a farmer or whether we're a pujari. We're ultimately, this is a preaching movement, and Srila Prabhupada was the embodiment of Lord Chaitanya's missionary spirit, and he passed that on to us. It's not a question of assimilating into culture. This was a cultural movement, an alternative culture. This was an educational movement, and that's the movement I joined. So I'm thinking, how do we educate people? See, how do we spread the culture of Krishna consciousness to people? I have my proposals, my program, and it's for me, with my understanding. But I'm challenging the rest of you as my God brothers and sisters. I'm challenging you. I have my own idea what to do, and I'm doing it. I'm challenging you. What is your plan besides objection, besides complaining, besides finding fault? And you're correct. You're correct. There's no question about it. But all you're doing is saying, well, my loyalties don't lie there anymore. My say to you is, where do they lie? And what are you going to do about it? So I'm challenging you, all of you. What are you going to do?
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's obvious that we need to move on in a positive way and not reflect all the negative stuff, because that ain't going to help us. We've known about it for too long. So with the devastation that's taking place gradually on the planet, and with Prabhupada's instructions about us having to retreat into a safe self-sufficiency or a survival mode, in my estimation, that is the thing that we should be doing more than anything, and retreating from the cities, because the cities are going to be devastated due to economic collapse, etc., etc. There's so many indications of everything. We're in it now, and we can't ignore it. So whatever ISKCON has, it may be devastated, and the leaders may be devastated along with it. So we have to salvage what we've got, and we have to protect our own little communities, our own God brothers and sisters, because we may be seeing some of them expire, in front of our very eyes, but not just by natural death.
Rita Prabhu, I'd like to respond to, I was discussing this kind of point with our God brother Lochanananda Prabhu in New York, and he was saying, no, we should be on the front lines. We need to be distributing tens of thousands of plates of prasadam, not going and retiring in the farms milking a cow. I mean, I realize both need to be going on, but I was just appreciating his very frontline missionary spirit. This is what
we'll always have that at heart. We can't stop that, but it has to be put into reality. We have to have a reality check.
But here in the Toronto region, in Ottawa, we did stop that. We had temple authorities telling devotees that when Jivan Mukta Prabhu and myself and Pradyumna came with a dozen devotees from Montreal to go and do Harinam, because there were tens of thousands of people out in the street back in whatever it was, February. And we saw the Christians, they had their kitchens going, handing out bagels. I remember one devotee, he served 17 years in Vrindavan. His name is Tridandi Swami, formerly disciple of Bhavananda, then Prabhu Vishnu Maharaj, but then he took sannyas from Narayan Maharaj, and he said to me, Gaura, ISKCON have devotees on the front lines. We should be distributing tons of khichdi and tons of halava. What an opportunity. And the local authorities are saying, no, don't go out. We don't want to be identified with those beer drinking truckers on the street that are fighting for everyone's freedom. I thought, wow, what a messed up scenario.
I mean, the emergency situation, like in Ukraine, for instance, where Parashuram Prabhu went into Ukraine eventually. He was on the border feeding people, and he actually went in. And that's a different type of situation. So we have those contingency plans. We have those Kshatriya type devotees who are willing to risk their lives to do those type of things. But for the rank and file devotees, it will be very difficult for us, And as earth changes take place, if we don't prepare ourselves, if we don't get ourselves together with like-minded devotees, like right now, we're like-minded devotees, right? So this is good. This is very, very, very good group of devotees here with Rupanuga as the leader. I really appreciate coming online today. Thank you very much.
No, but we need to expand on this. So many more devotees need to be coming and hearing. I'm interested in Christopher Prabhu. Who are you, Christopher? I see that you're muted. Thank you for coming. What's your devotee name?
Just Christopher. I don't have any initiated name.
Thanks for coming, Prabhu. Where are you coming in from?
I'm in Oregon. I'm in Eugene, Oregon. You know, usually I listen on YouTube.
Yeah.
Don't neglect the YouTube stream because that's a nice way for me to watch, but I just thought I would.
This is better. This is better in person.
Yeah, it's nice. I saw on the Telegram, I saw the notice on Telegram, so I thought I'd join Zoom this time.
Do you have any comment or question for Rupanuga Prabhu? He's most senior to all of us. Prabhupada arrived July 1966. Rupanuga Prabhu was there at 26 2nd Avenue in October 1966. So he has over 50 years of wealth of knowledge of association with Prabhupada. Is there a question that you would have for Prabhupada that you'd like to ask him that maybe you could ask Rupanuga Prabhu?
I'll probably think of something. Just being on the spot suddenly.
Sure.
I've been listening to many hours. Oftentimes you guys speak for 3-4 hours, and I've listened to many of your meetings on YouTube.
Thank you.
So I'm really enjoying just listening and learning. So thank you.
What's the situation like out there in Eugene, Oregon? Is ISKCON pushing the jabs there too? I know it's primarily Indian community, right?
There's not necessarily an ISKCON community per se. There's no temple. There's a few devotees, bhaktas, and one Danavir disciple, Jnana. And we have we do Harinam, Sankirtan, sometimes on the weekend in downtown. We do outdoor kirtan.
You're in Eugene.
In Eugene, yeah. So
that's my godbrother Dharmaraj runs a Govinda's restaurant there. Is that still going?
Yeah, I know Dharmaraj, yes. Yeah.
He helped to start the Canadian Yatra. He's a pioneer.
Yeah, Pushpadanta, Dharmaraj are some of the devotees. They have they have their Narayan tribe.
Right.
And
Dharmaraj with Tripurari Swami for some time.
Yeah, I really like them, Dharmaraj and Pushpadanta. We do outdoor kirtan together occasionally.
Nice that we can come together for Harinam. I miss it myself. I don't have anyone here. Stoka Krishna, is that you, Prabhu? Sergey Lev, thank you very much, Christopher Prabhu.
Hi, Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. I am here. That's right. Stoka Krishna does.
Yes. Do you have any comments or questions, Prabhu?
Unfortunately, since I'm driving, no, I'm just listening as well. So, and besides, I'm driving in the car, and it keeps jumping between the car systems and my phone. So unfortunately,
You're in New Zealand, correct?
I'm in Australia, in Melbourne.
In Melbourne, what's the situation like there? Is ISKCON been pushing the jabs on the devotees?
For religious organizations, it's no longer a requirement for religious organizations. A lot of people, a lot of professions still have to get a job. Like I used to work in a hospital, and I had to leave because of the mandates.
Good for you. You had so much.
Wouldn't take the.
You had so much integrity that you decided to save your health and well-being by quitting the job, and Krishna provided you with another job, right?
Well, Krishna's provided me with yes, some very good casual income. Yes.
Better to get another job than another jab, right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you for tuning in. I know it's been difficult. We saw the sign, Jai Madhava put up the sign for the Sydney temple, which said, "You're not welcome without the QR code. You're not welcome without proof of vaccination, and you're not welcome." What was the other one, Jai Madhava?
I'd have to look it up.
QR code, proof of vaccination, and masks.
The mask is a complete waste of time.
So,
When I
so
see devotees going, this thing wearing a mask during kirtan blows my mind. One of our one senior devotee even had the nerve to put a mask on Prabhupada's Murti and posted it on Facebook, and then stated, "I'm posting this to shame the devotees to put on the mask." I mean, I couldn't believe it. I'm not going to mention it.
Wasn't that Malati Devi Dasi that put the mask?
Yeah, that was
Prabhupada's Murti.
It totally blew my mind. I mean, I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, we've got Ananda Hari Prabhu here. Hari Krishna Prabhu. Are you on the West Coast as well?
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hare Krishna. No, I'm actually in Ireland.
In Ireland. Well, thank you for bringing us the luck of the Irish.
I've been listening on YouTube, and I've been following these talks normally because it's 3 o'clock in the morning here at the moment, so it's
wow. Thank you.
Time difference is difficult, so I've been listening mostly after the talks.
Any thoughts to share with us, or any questions for Rupanuga Prabhu?
Yes, I actually do have questions for Rupanuga Prabhu, but I don't know if this is the right time, because you've been talking for a long time. But
are you still here for a few minutes, Rupanuga Prabhu?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ananda Hari.
It's my questions are sort of going through the talks that we've been hearing.
Sure.
And there was some talks about Srila Prabhupada's sort of instructions going forward with the GBC and other things, which I found really, really interesting. I'm not sure if I can frame my questions correctly at the moment, but just for sort of posterity, there was, let me see, Hare Krishna, sorry. There was the point of Srila Prabhupada asking that how the devotees should, people should remain on the GBC for life, and how Srila Prabhupada changed that, which was his prerogative at the end. But when Prabhupada asked the devotees vote, maybe this is not a question for this discussion, this is the problem, but when Srila Prabhupada asked that, he had originally asked that the devotees vote for any new members to join. And the original system was that it would be the temple presidents that would vote. And then at the end, when Srila Prabhupada said that the devotees should vote who were on the GBC, somebody asked Prabhupada, should the devotees vote who were on the GBC? He didn't answer. And Rupanuga Prabhu took that, probably, I'm sure correctly, as an understanding that Srila Prabhupada accepted that point. But I'm just wondering, I haven't framed these questions correctly, so I don't know if this is the
let me
right
explain. In the direction of management, it's explained that GBC should be reelected every 3 years. From some of them remain, some of them be reelected. So every 3 years. In 1973, the GBC was founded in 70. 73, there was no elections. In 76, there was no elections. Srila Prabhupada didn't ask for elections. It was his. You have to remember, he was actually in charge of GBC. We had a chairman, we had a secretary for a year, but he was actually, we had to have him approve everything we did. So he never asked for elections. Came 77, the last GBC meeting on May 28, 1977, which I was present. He said, the GBC is not to be changed. He said it several times. And when the question raised about when someone leaves, resigns, or falls down, he said it's up to them to be replaced by a vote of the other members. In other words, other members would propose somebody, and that person will be selected according to his competency to replace whoever left or fell or whatever. He said, in the end, again, he repeated it after talking more about the initiations. He again said, is it clear the GBC is not to be changed? That was the last thing he said in that series of questions. Again, we hear that, and Sarup Damodar, Satsarup and Kamal answered, yes, it's clear. So GBC was not to be changed unless they deviated or fell down. Then they were to be removed, not retained or given some special consideration, but they were to be removed and replaced. He said, in the beginning, we were doing things for working, but now we have to be strict. Now we have to make sure that everyone's properly situated.
Thank you. So Srila Prabhupada himself said by the members, not.
Yes, I have it. I have it in print. I have it on a CD. I have the whole thing clear, and I've been over this many times over the past decades. And I'm quite familiar.
I listened to your last talk a few times, and that just part wasn't clear. So I really, not for myself, I just wanted to hear that clarified. But I just wanted to say that it's been really inspiring for me. I know Rida Prabhu. I traveled with Tribhuvanath Prabhu in the UK for years when I was younger, and once since he left, I have found it very difficult to fit within within ISKCON to some extent. Obviously with the devotees, that I still, all my main relationships in this world are with the devotees, but I've been really felt so enlivened listening to you speak, Rupanuga Prabhu, and I'm very grateful for these discussions. And Gaura Prabhu, I really am grateful for you doing this. It's really helped.
So let me offer you some personal advice. My humble request to you is that you listen every day to a lecture from Srila Prabhupada. By associating with Srila Prabhupada, you will get the intelligence to discriminate what you have to do in your life. I guarantee it. You just simply have to listen to Srila Prabhupada, read his books, but especially associate with him in sound every day. And things will become very clear. You become more peaceful, less anxiety considering what's happening in the world. And you'll get more understanding of how to help other people connect with Srila Prabhupada and not directly with the organization. He said, back in '67, he said to a letter to Ray Rama, it is not that everyone has to join our society. We want them to take the idea home and introduce it in their private life. And then we can sell them mridangas and cartels and other bhakti yoga, paraphernalia. He said, I like to see every householder have readings and kirtans of friends and relatives in their home. And he repeated that in Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya where and the instructions of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the Brahman Kurma told him the same thing. Stay home, bring your relatives and friends, and read Shastra and have kirtans. And Srila Prabhupada said he preached the same thing for the next 2 years throughout South India. So the solution, in my humble opinion, is for you to participate in Harinam in some way, or meet with other devotees and chant, hear Srila Prabhupada lecture, read from his books, associate with each other, share the 6 symptoms of love described by Rupa Goswami in Nectar of Instruction, exchange prasadam, reveal your minds to each other, and give in charity to each other. These are the loving relationships between devotees in this world. Otherwise, love is simply lust. But if you follow Rupa Goswami's instructions on how to love one another by giving prasadam, giving charity, and revealing one's mind, doesn't mean just your troubles alone. It means your realizations. You should have Ishtagoshis, get your friends together and have Ishtagoshis, discuss Srila Prabhupada's books, and new lights will come out. He said that. Ishtagoshti means new lights will come out. Ishtagoshti means devotees get together and hear and chant, discuss Shastra, just like we're doing here on this Zoom. This is an Ishtagoshti. Now we're having an Ishtagoshti about something else, but ordinarily we're doing readings and we're discussing and people make comments and so on. So, but still, these are relevant questions. So I'm trying to reach out to you as one person to another, expressing to you what I feel is a way to bring peace of mind in your life, and the same instruction that he gave me in the beginning and all of us. One time he said, one devotee in Buffalo said, and I conveyed it to Srila Prabhupada, and he was chanting to keep warm. You know how cold it is in Buffalo, New York, upstate New York, it's really cold. So Srila Prabhupada wrote back, yes, that is very nice. That's so-and-so is, he's chanting to keep warm. Srila Prabhupada would like that. So chant for anything, chant for peace of mind. Mantra, the word mantra, man means mind, and tra means releasing. So imagine how much the Maha Mantra, the greatest mantra of all, releases anxiety, misconceptions, material misconceptions about life from our minds simply by chanting and hearing Srila Prabhupada chant. Listen to him chant. When you hear Srila Prabhupada chant his mantras for us, when he did his CDs for us, we listen because we need to hear the sound of love. We need to hear the sound of love of God. We need to associate with Srila Prabhupada personally, and that will help us in so many ways. It will purify our consciousness. It will give peace to our troubled minds. As one great American patriot wrote one time, these are the times that try men's souls. And he was talking about the American Revolution. But these are the time to try men's souls. Who is going to be faithful and loyal to Srila Prabhupada? Who is going to take shelter of his lotus feet? Who understands how to survive in this material world? It's like they say in the Bible, yea, though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. Thy rod and thy staff, thy comfort me. The rod is protection. The staff is knowledge. And we get both from Srila Prabhupada. We can walk through this valley of death, Martyaloka, this planet's known as the planet of death. We can walk through the valley of death and be secure that Krishna will protect us. All we have to do is surrender to Srila Prabhupada and what he teaches us about Krishna, try to understand as much about Krishna as we can, listen to his holy name. And one final suggestion. Everybody has a threshold when they chant. By threshold, I mean there's a certain level, decibels of magnitude of chanting, above which your mind won't wander much, below which it will. So everybody has to understand what their threshold is and make sure they chant loud enough to stay above that threshold so their minds don't wander. That one offense to the holy name, the inattention while chanting is super important. It is super important. Srila Prabhupada said, Krishna's come before you and we ignore him. So we have to pay. He says you can chant, but you have to hear also. And if you do that, the mind will become interlocked and you'll be in samadhi, in the interlocked state of chanting. So I'm suggesting to you that you practice in your personal life. You figure out what your threshold is and don't chant below that threshold when you do your japa. Always chant above that threshold to keep your mind fixed on the lotus feet of the holy name. The holy name is a person. Srila Prabhupada said the holy name, I heard him say, is a Shaktavesha Avatara. He's a person. One devotee said to me one day, after chanting 2 weeks like they never chanted before, they said to me, I realized the holy name is a person with lotus feet. So we have to make progress in our purity. And if we associate with Srila Prabhupada in his books, in his lectures, and we associate with Krishna in his holy name, we'll be safe and happy, safe and sound, in spite of all this tribulation all around us in this world. Right? Kali Yuga means quarrel, hypocrisy, and strife. And that's what we're experiencing everywhere. And this is the 536th year of the Golden Age, 536 Gaurabda. The Golden Age is coming now. Gradually it's coming. Srila Prabhupada brought it out of India for the rest of the world, and we helped him spread it, and we're still doing that. But this is the transition. This is the beginning. And so far we see the Rakshasas are in charge. The day will come when they're not going to be in charge. But until that day comes, we have to take care of our relationship with Srila Prabhupada and share that with other people. That is the only solution to our personal anxieties in life.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, in terms of sharing realizations, that's the same instruction that Prabhu gave to me, those same instructions, and as a result, for the last 20 years or more since he left, I have been listening to Prabhupada most days. And I've been blessed with a family that are quite Krishna conscious. So I'm very fortunate. But, you know, I go through periods mostly with japa, where I'm at 16 rounds and then I struggle and up. So I do need to find a way where that is in the past. And so I've never heard that idea of chanting louder or getting the volume right to try. So I will try that. I will try that. But,
Well, I guarantee you it will work. If you can focus on the sound, not just chant, but focus on the sound simultaneously, then the mind becomes interlocked. And what happens? The cleansing process that Lord Chaitanya says will happen. If our mind's fixed, then it can become gradually cleansed by the operation of the holy name. It cleansed, scrubbed. You can feel it being scrubbed when it is fixed between chanting and hearing. You can feel it. You can feel the cleansing going on, but it has to be loud enough. I mean, above your threshold, so you can pay good attention.
Thank you.
It's simple, real simple, but it's called yoga. It's called bhakti yoga, mantra yoga. Prabhupada called it mantra yoga. I heard him say mantra yoga. This is mantra yoga. And all the 700 mantras in the Bhagavad Gita, they're included in mantra. But this chanting is especially purifying. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
But you have to practice it. You have to see if you have to be a scientist. Prabhupada would say, we're the greatest scientists. You have to be a scientist about the practice of bhakti yoga. That's a science. Bhakti yoga is a science. And I'm simply trying to explain to you something I've learned over the years about this threshold business. And it works. It works. I assure you it works. That and listen more to Prabhupada. More reading, more listening, more associating birds of a feather with other persons who understand more about who Prabhupada is. You were born practically when he was, by the time he passed away. You're just a young man compared to me. I'm 82 years old. And I
was born in 1970.
Yes, so I'm preaching from experience.
Yes.
I've learned the hard way.
Rasa Manjari, thank you very much for coming. You're our dear God sister. We're going to probably wrap things up pretty soon. I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on your mind, any questions for Rupanuga Prabhu.
No, thank you. Nice to hear him speak.
You joined at which temple?
San Diego,
That was 73?
72.
72. And you stayed there most of your time, or you worked your way across America?
Los Angeles mostly.
Well, Rupanuga, you were there in Los Angeles.
No, I never went. I only visited Los Angeles a couple of times. I was always on the East Coast.
No, I know that, but you went there to see Srila Prabhupada?
A couple of times, a few times. GBC was started in 70. I went there a couple of years. I went there later that year. Prabhupada called me there. I had an auto accident. He wanted to see me. And basically, I was always on the East Coast.
If you don't mind me asking, you said that Srila Prabhupada had a prayer for you when you had your accident. Would you mind sharing what that was?
That's all right. I'll do that. It's very personal. So coming back from Los Angeles in a Volkswagen car with my wife and son, and a driver who wanted to come and share the driving, he fell asleep at the wheel.
Oh, no.
And the car turned over like a dryer.
Oh, God.
And I got thrown out onto the road. My wife and son escaped injury. Fortunately, my wife had a hurt ankle, and he had no injury. And so the ambulance, somehow or another, an ambulance came. This is Albuquerque, New Mexico. Albuquerque, New Mexico. And the ambulance came, put me in the ambulance. So we're on the way to the hospital. I'm unconscious, but I couldn't breathe. because from the internal injury, the blood was leaking into my lungs. So I was having trouble breathing.
Wow.
So I said that out loud. My wife said to the driver, he can't breathe. So the driver pulled over, went to the oxygen tank, and didn't have the tool to open the tank, give me air. So I had to flag down a passing truck, borrow the tool from the truck to open the tank to give me air. When we got to the hospital, they were taking me out of the back of the ambulance and dropped me on the pavement.
What?
They actually dropped me on the pavement. I was unconscious. They dropped me on the pavement.
Krishna.
I didn't even see that. I didn't even know it happened. So then I wake up about a week later after being heavily sedated. And the first thing I notice is there's a Chaitanya Charitamrita sitting on a little table. And I start reading it. I realized who I was and what happened. Later on, sometime later on, to make a long story short, Prabhupada wanted me to come to see him in Los Angeles. I went there. I was feeling good because the day before I had given up a cane, which I had used because I had a thin hairline crack in my left hip, so I needed to wear the cane, and it just healed itself. So it was healed enough for me to drop the cane. So I was feeling good. I got on a plane without a cane, came out to see Srila Prabhupada in Los Angeles, and I came up to his room, and I walked in and sat down and paid my obeisances. And she sat up, and Srila Prabhupada said, "You don't look very good." And I was feeling great compared to what I was before. I was feeling great. So Srila Prabhupada said, "You don't look very good." He said, "When I heard about the accident, because my wife called LA from Albuquerque to say what happened," he said, "When I heard about the accident," and he began crying.
Wow.
Crying. Huge tears were pouring down his face. He said, "When I heard," and he began crying, he said, "I prayed to Krishna. An important head has been injured. Please save him."
Wow.
And that's how my life was saved. So I said to Srila Prabhupada, "Please don't cry. I was pushing too hard to get to Chicago. It was my fault. You know, this driver got tired and so on." He said, "Never mind." He said, "Never mind." He stopped crying. I was so overwhelmed. I just could pay my obeisances and I left.
Wow.
I just didn't realize how much Srila Prabhupada loved us. He loved us all. And if he hadn't prayed that special prayer to Krishna, I would have died. I lost my spleen, but I survived. That was 1970. And now I'm 82. Still alive.
But I think you're functioning on Prabhupada's prayers.
Yeah, my brain works. The rest of me is, I'm getting old, but my brain works. I understand. I still remember.
No, you're very lucid. Who would know that you're 82? I mean, I wanted to ask you, what are you on? What's your supplements?
Well, I take a lot of herbs. Since I was 50, I started Ahamoshadam. Krishna says I'm a healing herb, and I always took that very seriously.
Yes.
Anyway, you asked a question, so I gave you that story.
That's beautiful. It's very heart touching. None of us can get enough of hearing about personal interactions with Srila Prabhupada because that's very personal. I've got a personal story I want to share right now. I know it's getting late, but anyway, this is not in any of the books. So I was in Mayapur. I forget what year it was, 2000 something, maybe 2010, it was about 3 or 4 years before Hansadura Prabhu passed away. And so I was by the Garuda Stamba, by the Lotus Building, and I saw this devotee standing some feet away from me in beige silks, and one of his eyelids was drooping down over his eye, and I thought, gee, that looks a lot like Hansadura Prabhu. So I walked up to him, and because I'd never talked to him before, I said, "Excuse me, are you Hansadura Prabhu?" And very cautiously he said, "Yes." I said, "Oh, please accept my humble obeisance to Prabhu." And I was going down to bow down, and he gave me a big bear hug like this, which felt like $1 million. He wouldn't let me bow down to him. And actually, I wanted a hug, so I was so grateful. And I said, "Prabhu," I said, "I loved your interview with Siddhanta Prabhu, but I mean, it was only an hour and a half long. I'm sure you have a lot more Prabhupada nectar to share than just what you spoke in an hour and a half. Give me some Prabhupada nectar." And he said, well, the relationship with the spiritual master is very personal. I said, come on, don't give me that. Give me some Prabhupada nectar. And he said, okay. He said, I don't know what year it was, but you would know the year better than me. Prabhupada was wanting to keep the devotees in India, specifically at the Krishna Balaram Mandir, because he needed to finish the temple there, and he needed everybody in India. And Gunarnava was temple president at that time. And so Prabhupada's concern was that every devotee's visas were running out, and he needed them to stay in India. So Prabhupada talked to Hangsadutta, what are you going to do? You get your visa extended, but it was very difficult. So Hangsadutta went to Gunarnava and he asked him for his visa because it was extended for some period of time longer. And he said he took it and took an X-Acto knife and he cut out his own picture and he glued it over Gunarnava's and did whatever else he had to, I guess, with his signature. I don't know how he did it all. But after he doctored it all up, he brought the passport, the doctored passport, to Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada asked him, so, how's it going with your visa? And Hangsadutta handed over the visa to Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada held it up to the light, and he looked at it this way and that way, and he handed it back to Hangsadutta, and he said, we can do any damn thing for Krishna service. But then I thought, now I understand why he said the relationship with the spiritual master is very personal, because I thought in New Vrindavan, they're already doing any damn thing for Krishna service. You wouldn't want those devotees to hear this quote because they're already doing any damn thing for Krishna service. Anyway, I just wanted to share that nectar. That's not recorded in Siddhanta Prabhu's series, maybe for obvious reasons. I don't know.
It's getting late.
Yes, it is. We'll call it a night. And I wanted to thank Stoka Krishna Prabhu, Chris Prabhu, Ananda Hari Prabhu, our god sister Ras Manjari, Devi Dasi, Rita Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining in. I'm really grateful for your presence.
Actually, I owe everyone an apology because I take up so much time. I don't mean to do that, but I get prodded. I get prodded when I get asked the questions. I feel obligated to try to answer the best I can. So please excuse me for taking advantage of this forum. I don't mean to predominate like that, but you put me in that position, so I have to respond.
That's what I'm here for, to put you in that position so we can squeeze all the nectar out of you.
Rupanuga Prabhu, it really is helpful. It really is inspiring. It feels like we're hearing Srila Prabhupada. That's what it feels like to me, anyway.
That's how I feel.
Coming through.
Same.
Can I make a remark, please?
Please.
May I say something, please?
Please.
Rupanuga Prabhu, when you're preaching to us and you're explaining things, to me, this is the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. This is the Prabhupada ISKCON that I joined in the 1970s. And I unfortunately, I don't hear that mood of preaching or that type of dedication to Prabhupada from other people. And I'm not saying this, to embarrass, what I'm saying is what you're doing is what I heard from Prabhupada's disciples in the early 1970s. It was common. Now it's not so common. So we need to hear from you because you're actually representing the preaching of Prabhupada's disciples, of which is normal. It's not normal now, but what you're doing is normal, is putting Prabhupada at the center and simply giving your realizations, and also really focusing on the point that we have to really put Prabhupada at the center. Absolutely. And that's a big thing that's missing right now. Although the devotees are preaching, that certain aspect is not there. And I'm not saying it to criticize devotees. I'm saying I'm sorry that it's missing because I can see it's missing. And for us to be able to sit with a senior godbrother, we have to say a million thank yous and please don't be embarrassed.
I'm starving for association. This is so uplifting for me. I'm an hour and a half away from any devotee. And
I'm in Siberia.
Yeah.
How much further away do you want to get from devotees and godbrothers and godsisters? I'm in Siberia, surrounded by Russians and Russian devotees. I have no godbrothers and sisters to associate with. Zero. So I'm
Yeah, so
thankful for
you're providing a valuable service, Rupanuga Prabhu. You are, right, Rita Prabhu?
Absolutely, 100%. And please, thank you, Rupanuga, for your valuable time at this crucial time in our history. And please notify me, Gaura, as soon as you have another meeting, please, and invite more God brothers and sisters to come on board.
2 days time from now. Yeah,
but because of the time difference, you need to notify me in advance.
we've gone quite a bit over our normal time, but anyway, it's worth it. So I'm glad that Rupanuga could finally make it to Mayapur. How many years has it been, Rupanuga, since you went to Mayapur?
87.
Wow. Yeah. So it was about time he visited Mayapur. So thank you for receiving him there, Rita Prabhu and Sridham.
Maybe he'll come for the opening of the TVP. Or we hope to be blessed by his associate. We'll take care of him. We'll promote him. And if I do, some Prabhupada reunion in the physical sense, not on Zoom, but he would be a guest of honor. He would definitely be a guest of honor and the main speaker.
In 2 years, they're thinking they'll have the TOVP.
In next year, 2023, they're opening the Nrsimhadev altar section. So that's Kartik next year, 2023. And then in Gaura Purnima 2024 is the official opening. So we've got a series of events to the run-up as things progress. And as you know, I've done Srila Prabhupada reunions a couple of times in Mayapur, and I will speak to Ambarish if he can help me promote another one for the God Brothers. But nevertheless, since you specialize in Zoom meetings, there's no reason why we couldn't have a structured reunion online as well. But we have to forewarn people with a different time zone, etc. Get people to participate and then record. I hope you've got recordings of Rupanuga. Everything he says is so classical.
Everything's
so important and Prabhupada centered.
Yeah,
you record everything he says, and then make a portfolio, and then you can share it with everybody.
It's all there.
It's very important.
It's all there.
Please record everything he says.
So I'm depending on Ananda Hari Prabhu, Chris Prabhu, Stoka Krishna Prabhu, Rasa Manjari. Please help me. I'm just one little person in the middle of nowhere in Ontario. If you can invite others, I realize there's a time zone difference, but I need your help.
Give us the time that you're going to come on air on Zoom next time. Give us the time.
Standard time, but usually when we finish the Krishna book reading or the Sri Isopanishad reading, which is 9 o'clock, that's when the discussions really start getting rolling. I mean, I made 9 o'clock the time to finish, but we keep going.
Right, but Eastern time, what time zone you're talking about?
Eastern Daylight Time, that's New York City time.
7:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 9 in the evening, Rita.
Well, I'm in Mayapur, so.
Yeah. Great to see the palm trees of Mayapur in the background there.
Yeah, Rajapur, actually. Yeah.
All right, so I'll call it an evening. Please accept my respectful obeisances. Please come back 2 days from now It'll be Wednesday, our time here in Canada. Thank you so much, Rupanuga Prabhu, for your mercy and your kindness to us and for caring for us in the mood of Srila Prabhupada and teaching us how to have that sincere care and concern for Srila Prabhupada's family, disciples, grand disciples, all of us.
Hare Krishna.
Manchakopa Kripa.
Jai, all glories to Prabhupada.
All glories of Prabhupada.
Jai.